Yo, what is good, everybody? Welcome to another stream. I didn't get to take my morning nap. Was in a chat with a pretty smart gentleman who is making some really big strides. I'm talking huge strides with Unreal Engine's network prediction and gameplay ability system. Yeah, so I'm a little tired this morning. Eyes are already fatigued, but I did order some glasses, like some of those yellow glasses, so that you can reduce the amount of fatigue that your eyes deal with. I just hope that they get here before tomorrow, because Lord have mercy, my eyes have been like bloodshot for the past, I want to say 3 days, maybe. Like not throughout the day, but like after I finish my work day, they're pretty much gone. Like I have to like just lay in bed with my eyes closed, even though I don't. That's the only way to like deal with the discomfort. What is this? What is this? Got a message. What the? Why is my? Why is the stream not using the scheduled one? I could have sworn I was using the scheduled event. Let's see. Yeah, I started a new event. Holy hell! You kidding me? And monetization is off? Are they serious? Get out of here. All right, let me stop this and come right back. All right, this should do the right one. How did I fuck that up? I'm almost 100% sure that that wasn't. Oh, nice. We actually did pretty good last stream. Average view duration, a little under 10 minutes. You guys showed up. You guys showed up for your boy. Now, is this the right stream now? What the fuck? It's not. Bro, what is going on? I think this is, okay, maybe YouTube is glitched. I don't think it's using my event. Yeah, it looks like it's still using the same stream. Yeah, it looks like it's. Yep, that is unfortunate. Well, okay. I guess that's what we're going with. I don't even know if this stream is public. Like, that's the thing. It's on my channel, so it should be public. Yeah, what it looks like happened is somehow I didn't tie into this event, and I started a new one. But that's all good. Yeah, so yesterday I didn't stream. I had homework that was actually pretty simple. The homework was actually pretty straightforward. Um, I'm glad the last week of the class, I can't wear this. Glad the last week of the class, the teacher didn't have us doing like crazy stuff. But I'm guessing out of respect for the fact that everything has to be graded by Thursday, in order for you to get a passing grade for the class, I think, or in order for you to get recommended to take the next class, everything has to be graded by Thursday or Sunday, one of those two. And that way, I think that saved us from having to do like a big project this last week. So I actually got a lot of time to work on some stuff yesterday, which was what, the 27th? What's today, the 28th? Yeah. So I made 6 commits yesterday, and it was mostly editor side stuff. So stuff that would have been pretty boring for like a stream. But I fixed the parameter node. Um, there is something here that I do dislike is like so say you had a custom structure or a custom class or anything like that that was just like a data class of some kind. Um, if you wanted to add that class as a type, you'd have like as a parameter type, you have to create the parameter for it. It's not automatically included. It's like not automatically picked up by the system. I'd have to dig deeper into the editor side of the code to see how I could pick it up automatically by the system, like any public, like maybe do some kind of a markup where any class you give a certain attribute could be used as a parameter, or like just have an attribute that says expose as parameter, and then uh, the parameter list will generate classes. Basically we can do it just how we're doing the uh, custom nodes, where essentially a um, you have a generator. That generator has a function that runs whenever the code compiles. That code is just looking for all the classes with a expose as parameter, uh, with an expose as a parameter attribute, and then from there you just populate. You just basically create another parameter class automatically, so that way you don't have to do it yourself. Because right now, like the one thing I am trying to do, I am trying to progress the plugin, like in terms of functionality, like gameplay, but like runtime functionality. But at the same time, having the editor side to a certain quality is, to me, what is going to help me actually like sell the product. Like yesterday, I was spending time just getting features that I'm used to having as an Unreal Engine developer, and like using blueprints, how you can hold control and you can use the get version of a parameter or a variable node, or if you hold alt, you can use a set version of a variable node. Like certain things like that are like just quality of life things that are like really important to me. And I think like as a person who also uses other people's tools, is like really important to have what seems like really small tasks or like really small features. If those features aren't there, you feel like you can feel it. Like me me dealing with the parameters was something that I was putting off because I wasn't worried about them just yet. But when I was doing my uh, I forget the word for what this is. It's like when you test something in order to see if you're going to use it. I forget the actual word for that. But whenever I was doing that test to see if I was going to use this plugin, that was like one of the things I had already marked in my brain. Like this parameter shit is great, but uh, it's got to go. Pretty much, it's got to be improved. But yeah, made some other changes too yesterday where it might just be best to open up these up. So improve the get and set functionality of the parameter node. That's what I was just talking about. I think this was the test after we did the code, and right here I knew I knew based off of like just trying to keep up with what was going on that I need to make a runtime debugger. And this is actually not hard to make. It's actually fairly simple. It's just a graph view that's doing stuff automatically for you based on the graph state. So that won't be something that I do anytime soon. Um, Actually, it might be something I knock out in the next few days. Entity query node. So I made some just this is just knocking stuff off my to-do list. So I made a get singleton entity node. I made a node to get all entities from a query, and then I kind of like extrapolated that to have like a base class that was just doing that was caching an entity query, and it's just a lot of like small, like I said, it's small stuff that in reality is, if it's not there, it's really big that it's not there. What is this? Added virtual function to dispose of memory cache, so some nodes can clear up some memory when they go out of relevance. So yeah, this is a concept where if something goes out of relevance for the client, that thing actually gets destroyed on the client, and then when it comes back into relevance, it gets spawned again. And the reason it's able to get spawned is because it's still, the server keeps everything relevant. So whenever the relevancy changes for the client, you still have the authoritative side of that thing existing, and then the client just gets that version. Basically, whenever something goes out of relevance, there's memory that's being allocated in some of these objects that just needs to get cleared. It doesn't have to, but it's just better for, it's better to clear up that memory so that it can be used for something else than to leave it there and potentially have a leak. Added some wrappers around built-in function nodes. I don't know what this is. This might be something about me moving all of this stuff up to like a parent node, like an abstract node, where you just have all of this stuff in the base class, and then you inherit and just add the variables. So you see, so this is the entity query node, and then the multi-query is just getting the, it just has two variables in it. It doesn't have any functionality. And then the functionality is actually in like the child classes. So still using inheritance. That's another big thing about not going full ECS and not going full object oriented, is that you get to use the benefits of both. Added conversions for gameplay tags and transforms, and enforce input pins on those that shouldn't have input drawers. So yeah, that's just clean up, really, just clean up stuff. We added the graph converter back because the action scripts actually need to be entities, and I don't want to make them from a template, so that there's like a better chance that everything gets replicated properly. And then remove some bloat. Probably just deleted some stuff out of the project there. And what did I do here? Oh, this is the last thing I did. I added a setting to the settings class that allows you to set like the default send rate for an ActionScript entity. I don't know if I want to do this for more than just the ActionScript entities, because something like gameplay attributes, realistically, you would want gameplay attributes to update every server update. But again, that's like coming from Unreal. We have the concept of push model, where you update when there's a change. You don't necessarily poll for updates. And this is kind of like what is happening in Unity right now is kind of the same. It is always pushing the state of the in this case, the gameplay attribute entity is always pushing the state every time there's an update. Even if it doesn't change, it pushes the state that holds the delta serialization that nothing has changed. So I wouldn't want to change the send rate of that. I would pretty much want to turn that off and only push when there is a change. But honestly, there's really no reason to do that when there is a pretty reliable delta serialization. But for some things like, the ActionScript entities, those aren't really changing state often. You know what I mean? Like they don't hold a state. You know, they have like the activated and the deactivated and like pending, cooldown. Like it does have some state, but uh it doesn't update often. So there's no reason to like push the state of it often. So I just set it to 10. You can set this anywhere in between 0, which is turning it off, and uh, whatever your client server tick rate is, like the simulation tick rate. You can set it in between 0 and that to just to filter how often something will change. But yeah, for the most part, I did quite a bit of code changes. I wish you can look at like how much code changed, because those comments make it seem like I wasn't doing anything, but there has been quite a few things that changed. Uh, adding the parameter node required me to also fix some bugs that were hidden, because normally the the parameters were updated in some odd way. It didn't use like an execution path. Like if I wanted to set a variable on the graph, it didn't use an execution path to do that. It did like some odd thing where that variable had to be connected to something that was trying to pull data from it, which is kind of counterintuitive, because you would normally want to set a value of a variable based off of something that happened. So like if I was storing a list of tagged entities that I hit and tagged, I would normally want to set that variable from the node that got those entities so that I could use that data somewhere else. So there was a couple of bugs with the pushing and pulling of data that needed to be fixed. I had a bug where if you had a node plugged in that had an execution pin on it, but you still had the data pin plugged in, it would try to pull the data from that node, even though that node hadn't executed or couldn't execute. So I had to filter for that and do stuff like that. I did do a little write up for the debugger that I want to write. Debugger, like I said, it should be fairly straightforward. I will ask like Claude or Chat to help me out with the editor side of it, but the GUI side of it, but the actual functionality side is like really simple. All you're doing is just sending a signal about the state. You know what I'm saying? Like the state of the graph. Like, hey, when a node activates or executes, all it has to do is say, hey, I executed, and it tells the debugger that. And then the hard part is just uh, the GUI, where we find where we are able to go into a drop down and get the actual script that we want to focus on, and then have that script populate the new editor window. Or I don't know if the concept should be to spawn a new editor window or to just override the current window that we're using, um, which might cause problems down the line, because the thing about scriptable objects is that they're static. So like if I were to make a change to a scriptable object that was static, I think that would cause some kind of potential bug down the line where debugging could cause you to alter the underlying like static data. But that'll just be something that I have to figure out. What do we got here? Run action scripts. Action script graph on first predict. Oh yes. So last night I figured out that you actually should run the script when the client roll back. When the client rolls back. And the main reason I was worried about that is because of the same question that I had whenever you like do a like say the script activated on the client predicted perfectly that, not perfectly, but the client predicted that the script started, and then most scripts execute in a single frame. Like it's very rare that you're going to have like a script that's executed over multiple frames, and if it does, it's kind of already rollback friendly, because anything time based is happening when the script is ticking, which is happening in the simulation state, which is happening in the fixed tick state. But in the edge case where you do predict the script and like something happens client sided that you don't normally want to happen, if there's a rollback, or like you don't want that state to be permanent, um, the solution is actually to do what I was saying was already happening, which is most things inside of ActionScript are just setting the state. Like, we're not actually manipulating anything like manually. We're just setting the state, and then the systems manipulate the things manually based on the data that's been set in the state. So that's the solution. But you also would want to, if a graph was like active, or from somewhat, like if a graph did have like a node that was making it execute over multiple frames, you would want that graph to roll back, because the server may have not gotten to the same place at the same time as your client. And if there's anything that alters the state that flows off of that, and I guess I should open up the editor because I'm just fucking talking. But if there's anything that alters the state that flows off of one of the pins from one of the nodes that you mispredicted, that will literally cause like cascade mispredictions. You'll continuously mispredict because something in your state, basically you never roll back to the right prediction state if you don't roll back the graph. So that's what we'll be getting in today. And then I might actually start the debugger, man, because I can't do the animation side until I do more research. There is actually a really, and I'm actually happy that I found this video, because he goes into more detail about the API. But there is an API called the Playables API, which is what everything is built off of. Like, animation system is built off of, the timeline is built off of this, and the core of that is value typed data. So it's not like it's not object oriented, it's data oriented. So I'll be able to pretty much have animations be played. Now, they do have to communicate with the object oriented side, which is slow, but for the most part, I'm gonna change the name of this. For the most part, the processing of the actual like animation and the state of the animation will be fast. I also found out about another a component that will be helpful, the ghost animator control component, which basically allows for you to have like replicated animation, the replicated animation state. I don't know if that'll be necessary for actually the way that Unity handles animations. I think you have to do it that way, bro. Like, I don't understand why they decided to do things that way, but I'm pretty sure that this engine wasn't multiplayer oriented when it was like concepted. So a lot of the systems and the conception of them weren't in regards to synchronization. Like in Unreal, you have an animation blueprint that all net modes get a copy of. So if you have an anim instance that is on your pawn or player character, that class gets instantiated on the simulated proxy, on the server, and on the client. The server might not actually interact with it, but it still gets instantiated. From there, if one of those net modes is able to run that graph, it just runs the logic and pulls the data in from the source. In Unity, it's the other way around. Like, in Unity, you're pushing data to the animation graph and making it do something. So that would mean that other people would need to push that same data as well. And it's not pulling. So I don't know why they designed it that way, but to me, it's like really clunky. I wish they would come out with this new system already, but this Playables API is really good. Don't get me wrong. I was watching a really good video, and it's pretty much like the data oriented way to activate and follow animate. And I didn't get as deep as seeing something like reacting to events or anything like that. It was a good squirrel, but overall, it did look like it was a pretty good API. So I will be able to do. I thought I was gonna have to wait until the new animation system came out to do like my, which is really what this whole thing is for, is to be able to play animations and have those animations affect the actual state of the game in a predicted manner where the server will also be able to do the same things. Uh, Speaking of that, Kai's solution right now, holy shit, it looks good, man. I'm so sad that he doesn't think like he doesn't think that that shit will sell. But I understand where he's coming from. But that shit would fucking sell like hot cakes, brother, because it solves a problem that most people don't even know that they have, and they don't know that they have it because they're not worried about it yet. Like when you start doing things in a game that you want responsiveness in, like you're making a game where you want responsiveness, you'll start noticing, damn, this is I'm getting ooh, this rubber banding. Like once people start testing their game on a dedicated server, like they actually get the source build of Unreal Engine, which is fucking 500 gigabytes, and they build out a dedicated server and they test their game connecting to that server with another player connected to that server, and they actually like test how it feels to play the game in the actual state that the game will be played in. They will realize that some other solutions need to be had. Like you need to have another solution other than just relying on like the built-in shit, especially if you're wanting responsiveness and stuff like that. Animancer? No, I seen the guy who created that plugin or add-on or whatever Unity calls it, the asset pack. Um, he is literally the only person that answers questions about Playable's API. I might buy it just to read the code, but since I'm making a standalone tool, I don't want it to depend on any other tool, unless I could bring that, unless it's open source or MIT license, and I can bring the package into my package and you know mold it to my needs. You know what I mean? But most likely a paid package doesn't allow you to do that. But I also think that Animancer is potentially going to be like I wouldn't say a waste of time, but when the new animation system comes out, it's not going to be as necessary. It still might have more features. I know. That's one of the biggest reasons why I chose Unreal, because my games needed animations, and making animations, not making animations, but making a advanced animation system in Unity just seemed like one of the worst experiences ever. That's why you see a lot of Unity games don't really have like high end animations unless they have like a triple A or double A, 50 people working on it and shit. Yeah, and for some games you don't need that stuff, but for like fast paced, you know different styles of shooters or different styles of action games that are synchronized and multiplayer, you need a reliable way to predict things that won't cause issues. But yeah, so yesterday I came up, I got this and I got this. So technically, there's a bug right now where if you don't have the key pressed down before you start dragging, like so if I drag and I press Alt, it does not register that, which is kind of annoying. Um, I think the fix for that is when you're dragging. Yeah. Well, it's not built in. You have to do all of that shit manually. That's why it's so ass to me. Um, I'm expecting them to build off of the backs of giants when they come up with this when they release this new system because there there are so many packages that have shown them what needs to be done for a solid animation system, and then they also I know that they see Unreal, bro. I know that they see that shit. There's no way that they don't see it. Unreal is just too loud not to see. And if you're not if you're trying to make a new animation system and it's not at or on par with Unreal's, then you're just wasting your time. Because regardless of what people say, Unreal's solutions no, bro. And there's nothing wrong with that, bro. There's nothing wrong with taking inspiration from something that works, something that is nice. What do you mean? For Mover? Like I do plan on copying Mover and putting it into a data oriented manner. Like you making sure that it works with the ECS basically is nothing special. Oh yeah, let me fix this bug, man. So on drag perform. This is here. And we're checking for these keys at this point when the drag is performed. But I don't think this is happening. Hold on. So key down. Register callback event, key down event. Save this. Okay, this is a lambda for Control S. This feels like that's not smart. Yeah, the mover thing is actually not that hard to clone. I mean, because pretty much you have everything. I mean, everything is there is an equivalent to everything. I don't actually have like a set goal. I just want to knock some things off of the to-do list. This will be the main thing I focus on. This getting the action scripts to roll back properly because you actually do need them to roll back in the case of like the small edge cases where if the client doesn't resimulate the node or the graph, it'll continue to cascade corrections until the graph is ended on the server. So it's just best to roll it back. What I actually do want to do today, like the big thing I want to start today, is the debugger. Um, Debugger should be pretty simple. It should be pretty straightforward. I wouldn't say simple. And also, I want to fucking change the name of this log, which I could do that first. That's actually pretty easy. That's in the delegate generator. There's another generator that I need to create for variables. Yeah, that's the main goal. That's the first goal of this. The first goal is to get it to a state where it could be uh sold, and then from there I would then use whatever money I make from selling it to hire people to make like the process would be this. I put the product out as a standalone package, and then I also create like starter templates that are like cheaper, like like that you could think of like add-ons. So like I'll put it out as a generic thing, and then once it's out and it's been out for a couple of months, I'll start releasing like the first person. You know who I'm trying to mimic. There's a team called Opsiv, who have like the first person controller, third person controller, and like the ultimate controller. You know those guys who the behavior tree. Like they have all these separate products, something like that, where it's just this product, and then you have like a first person template, a third person template, or RPG template, or a top down template, and you can choose to use just a standalone and make your own game like from the standalone, or you can choose to buy one of the templates that still does require you to buy the plugin. Like it'll be a requirement, so the price of the template will be like $10. The price of the plugin will be like 50, 40, whatever I decide. um or whatever seems best for the market that I'm trying to reach, and just try to generate as much money off of this IP as I can. And then I want to start working on my own game, and hopefully by that time all of the systems in Unity are fleshed out. But yeah, I do want to sell this. Let's look for this, and let's replace it with um can I type today? Should I put this in all caps? I feel like I should put this in all caps. Reserve case. Replace all. Maybe we remove dynamic from it. Doesn't need to be there. Replace all. And let me actually put this in the to-do because I will forget. We need another generator for exposed parameters. Said I think I'll build a server manager that restarts the server when it closes and automate that part. Nice. What do you go end up going with? You still gonna do the bare metal, starting like local bare metal, or did you decide on like a back end? I wish Kai was a fucking Unity dev, bro. We could potentially make money as fuck because that dude is smart. He's smart as fuck, and I'm the person who like I like to ask the stupid questions. You know what I mean? Like I wonder if this could happen like this. But I'm not one of those people that's like I just have ideas and I have no other offerings. Like I have ideas, but I'm also willing to do some shit. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure, for sure. Yeah. I hope that the links I got are good. I know Agones is something for like a server orchestrator. Like you can use Agones for like orchestrating fleets and stuff like that. I think I had a video in there where a dude was like talking about that. That shit is like that's a whole nother profession. When I was getting into it, I was like, man, I see why there is a profession for this because it's a lot of stuff that you have to keep in the memory bank. You got to know about you got to know about Kubernetes. You got to know about fucking JavaScript. You got to know about all these different things. Yeah, I respect that. Bare metal is like what I feel like everybody wants to get to once they get their own infrastructure set up because you want to get have your own infrastructure where you don't pay for management, you just pay for hardware, which is probably like cheap as shit. Or you probably do pay for like maintenance, but not like hosting or anything like that. Okay, so we got that, and then I'm trying to fix this bug with the graph view where key down callback. I think I made this myself. So I registered this callback, and I hope you can add multiple. So there is 3 of these. I'm just going to put this code. It says when pressing Control S, we save the graph. So scene save plus equals, and this is just a fucking stupid one-line name to save the graph. And then this is when the scene is saved, and then this is when you press Control S. So I'm gonna actually move this code into my own thing because I don't know if you can have more than one uh, callback, but I would feel like you should. It should be okay. Um, I do wonder though why the in mm, I think hold on. Let me just do a like a just attach because it'll just be easier to figure out what's actually going wrong. Oh, I registered this twice. Kubernetes. Yeah. So I registered, or is that the key up event? Oh, I made this one. This is the custom one that I made. Okay, cool. And for some reason, I registered this twice, I think. Wait, where's this other thing at? In initialize. And where's this one at? This is in the constructor, which runs before initialize. So why are there 2 of these? I feel like this is useless. Why do we have this here? Okay, I do think that the smart thing to do would be to move this on key up as well. So actually, let me undo this because when a key is up, like if a mouse key is up, so if I can check if this Events. Dot action key gets a boolean or whether instead of platform specific action key is pressed. I could say if this key code is equal to mouse 1. Is it mouse 0? Left of primary mouse button, yeah. So if it's this guy, we want to also like know and at this point what's happening here too, because I don't think it doesn't make sense that it doesn't keep that when I press the key while another key is pressed. So who knows? So I might as well just check if this key comes up, we still want to set the values of what we're having here, but I'm gonna just attach and see what happens. Yeah, because that's pretty annoying. You have to have the key pressed down before you press the mouse button key to drag the thing over, because I think it's only registering one key at a time or some shit. Ah, say what? Yeah, this is funny though. Another reason why I was like interested in moving to Unity was because they had like the full pipeline. You know what I'm saying? So you have the game and then you got the back end shit like already built in. Even the server hosting is already like built in. But I did a test on their servers, and I think I was running into like a, well, maybe it was just something that I was doing, but it looked like I was running into like a overuse of memory when it comes to their servers, because I think I was using like half of a gig of memory when and somewhat like 50% of the CPU, which is, if I'm not mistaken, they give you two CPU cores and 4 gigabytes of memory. I gotta look. I gotta remember which one of my accounts has server hosting set up. I don't know if you really in love with me now. Why? I think it's Addison Gregory. Say what? Nope, it's not this one. Oh no, this is just changes. Say rebels are queen. Okay, yeah, so I think this is the one with server hosting set up, but not, probably not this organization, I don't think. This one, I think. Maybe. I don't know. God damn it. Service usage. There we go. For multiplay hosting. It says launch, so maybe it's there. Okay, maybe not. So it probably is this one. Machines. Ah, fuck. I think I did remove all of the machines. Damn. So does it clear all this stuff out? I guess it does, like once you're not using it for some time. Or did I did I use it on this one first? On one of these I used it and I was just trying to do like a test for like setting it up. I don't know which one it is. Or do I need to go to like the project? No, it's not that. Maybe it is this. Services, distributed authority. Did it have any of this? Damn, I was trying to see the specs of the machines. I think they're two cores and 8 GB of RAM or something like that. But I was using up 50% of my CPU, which is 2 cores, and it's like no way. And then almost half a gig of memory. But realistically, when you think about that, you don't need that much RAM. Like RAM is not going to be the thing that you're choked by. Yeah. Okay, that's not firing. So this doesn't fire. Serious? Am I not? I'm attached. Wait, what the? Is it remembering the last? Hold on. I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna press Alt here, and then I'm gonna drag this off. It remembers the last state of the button press. So if I hold Alt right now and I pressed Alt and I pulled off, and it's not like keeping track of it. So this doesn't react to the mouse. Oh, that's because there's something specific. Okay. We actually do need to reset. We do need to reset these here. And then when the mouse is down, what does this have in it? It has the mouse down event. God damn it. Yeah, this is probably only tracking the mouse. Yeah, it just throws me for a loop that's not constantly updating the key because it's just an event-based thing. But like I said, it's kind of odd. Oh, I think it's because I never reset the key. So like there would be a case where I press Alt and then I'll press Control and Alt would still be true because it never got reset. So maybe just resetting the key when the keys come up um, would be good enough. So in this case, I shouldn't be able to press Alt and then drag a variable out and it'll be set. It should just be a get. So I'm pressing Alt, I'm dragging this out, it's a get. Then I'm dragging, pressing Alt, it's still a get. So that's wrong. So I think this is happening before the mouse up event. So the mouse up event is what's probably telling. Oh no, this is not doing anything. It says scheduling. Does selection contain inspector nodes? Update node inspection selection, and then execute this later. So it's like a scheduled thing. Oh, select node inspector that selected nodes. So on drag perform, let me get about maybe this is doing something. Yeah. You would think that on drag perform, that's when you actually start the drag. Hold on. Yeah, so that's when you let go of the mouse key. Mm-hmm. Does this have modifier keys? Oh shit. This has the keys in here. Okay, cool. That might be helpful. Hold on. So let me see here. If I go here and I hold Alt down, I'm holding Alt and I'm letting go. Let's see in this event, does it have the Alt key? True. Oh, nice. Okay, we're good. Okay. So we don't need to do this in the key up event at all. And I'm an idiot. This is why you should just attach and see what's happening. We can just get rid of both of these variables. Wanna get out of here. Ooh. We actually don't even need this anymore. And then let's go ahead and change this to the control key. Oops. The alt key. I will say that this graph view thing is really, really straightforward to work with. Like once you start reading, once you get past all the shit that everybody like the UI toolkit shit. I think that's what Graph Toolkit is getting you away from. Like you get away from all of the boilerplate that is required. Like I don't even know if you would have to do this, but it doesn't have any concept of these things. Like you would have to create those yourself, and I don't think you actually have access to these. So yeah, this should potentially, what I'm expecting this to do is this right here, which it does. So yeah, I should be able to press Alt, let it go. This should be a get. Hold Control. This hold Control. This should be a get. Hold Control. That should be a get. Hold Alt. This should be a get. Click it. Hold Alt. That should be a set. Click. Yeah. So this is doing. That's the functionality I want. I hate that Shift is not the fucking key to do multi-select. It's fucking Control, which in an Unreal Control is to like deselect something. Okay. So I'm actually going to just gonna push that real quick. Might as well. Don't want to have like a bunch of changes in a single push. Bro, open your ass up. What are you doing? Okay, cool. That is a couple things down. All right, now let's do this guy right here. So that's actually pretty straightforward. I'm gonna close all of this stuff. That is in the start ActionScript system, the tick ActionScript system, and the end ActionScript system. So in here, we are returning if this is not our first, where is this at? Right here. If this is not our first time fully predicting this tick, we return. Or the thing is, if this is not our first time fully predicting this tick, we could be rewinding. So I did tell myself that I was going to write a helper function in here. This is using network time. Okay. So let's make a, I think I have this function. Oh, yeah, so is rollback tick. Let's change this, or maybe make an override that takes in different parameters. Can you do overrides in static functions? I don't know. I know I don't think you can. Like overloads, I said overrides, but we want to take a in work time. So basically we want to return, I had a snippet of the code that's necessary for this. Wherever this is. Where did I put this? My eyes are fucking right here. Eyes are burning, bro. Oh, let's comment this out. All right, so we want to return if we are in the prediction loop and this is not our first time fully ticking and this is not a partial tick. And that means that this is a rollback tick. Not, and this is not a partial tick. Say what? I don't know if you really know me now. Let's call this as rollback frame. And are there any usages of this? All right, I'll just remove this. And then, so basically, if this is a rollback for, so if this is not our first time predicting this tick, and this is not a rollback frame, and this is not a rollback frame, we want to return, because that means that that's a partial tick, I think. Yeah. So then only the client that might actually that will break for the server. The server does not. So let's do this. If this is the server and this is not happening, if this is the client, and this, if either one of these is true, all right, cool. So now we'll come back in here when we're doing rollback frames. And we just need to do this in all of these systems now. Cool. Ah, it's a burst compiled. Might as well just use the unmanaged world everywhere we can. Okay, yeah, so that should do that. And now we have to internally inside of the ooh, and that might actually be a problem too. Uh some functions, some functions like the query function and realistically right now just a query function like the physics query like the raycast, that function should not run if it's a rollback or if it's not the first time fully predicting the tick. So one attribute I'm going to add to the nodes, which let me do this. I'm gonna do this. I need to start doing this more often. Like whenever I change one thing, I need to start just push it. Uh, just so I don't have like this big ass. Because sometimes I get into a rabbit hole where I'll just do a bunch of things and you know what I'm saying, just forget what the main reason I was even doing something was for that change. So this is graph rollback. Okay. Um. So, like I was saying, some of these nodes that I have, some of these, this is in the physics query library. So yeah, this node should not run if it's not the first prediction tick. So what I could do is have I could have another because if I do it the other way where I try to take in the state and try to know if we're like resimulating or anything like that. I mean, technically I could use the entity manager to try to get the network time singleton, but that's just another query. This adds overhead creating these entity queries. Uh, and since I can't cache them, that means I'm creating an entity query whenever this node runs. Uh, it's just best to add a boolean to this attribute on whether or not this thing can run during a rollback, and that would make it to where all I have to do is pass that in, and then in the generator, based on that value, I'd add an if check at the beginning of the process function when this dynamic node is created. Oh shit! Oh, we'll set that to false by default for rabbit. Yeah, we'll do this way. And we gotta add this same. God damn it! This is such a weird bug. Gotta add this same thing to the graph callable joint. I love you like myself will. I don't know if you really in love with me now. What? Next part of this is the function delegate generator. So this is the contributor class. This is not important. We need to generate node class. I know all this I can go. I'm gonna get rid of this because I tried to use that for something the other day, but it is not working. Ooh, ooh, I like myself. Ah. You know what? This is actually, I don't think that this function, I don't think that these override any of the internal functions other than, yeah. So what we could do is just have like a static variable, something like this, on the class, and then we'd use this node info needs to be improved. Why is there fucking 2 of everything? About to piss me off. Nowadays I am so dumb. Dumb. How would I see you wrong? I thought I was done wrong. Okay. Um, this is node rollback friendly property. And then we'll set that to this. Okay, good there. Or, nah, I'll do it like this. We'll override it, or we'll just set it in the constructor of the node. So, and this should just be a variable, right? It's not necessarily a string. Yeah, we just want it to be raw here. It is just the rollback friendly. And basically inside of the class, I can check for that Boolean and do certain things based off of that and just the base class. Because like I said, most of these, I don't think that there will ever be a need for anybody to override the base class. I'm sorry, to to do anything extra in the child classes, mainly because the base class handles everything. It uses, unfortunately, it uses reflection to gather all of the fields, but it does it as fast. It does a fast path. I made a fast path for it. I still feel like I need to cache, but I don't know if it caches the pointer to the field or if it caches a copy. So that's why I haven't done a cache. I think it caches a copy, to be honest with you. Um, but it might be it might not make a copy, but we'll have to look into that. So yeah, the base class handles all of the logic that gathers these fields and puts them in the right place. And since the fields are in order in sequential, like the class, one of the things about the class is that it's sequentially laid out. So if I have a boolean, an integer, and then a float, like in that order for my parameters, inside of this function where it returns the array of fields, it'll be a boolean, an integer, and a parameter in that order as well. So you could just get it based on the index. You don't have to necessarily grab and compare like the names, even though I still do just for safety. But technically, you could just get away with like grabbing the index of the field. But yeah, so now that we have that, we need to add that boolean to the base node. We'll put it right next to this selected method name here. I'll eventually add documentation to some of these things when I fucking have the concepts concrete. Okay, last part of this is, well, let's just make sure that this name is the same. When I get out of here, you. So we gotta go to the dynamic function. Okay, call function. Yeah, I know, man. I done read some code before, and I was like, "What the fuck was I doing right here?" Okay, so yeah, here, like I said, all this functionality is doing is just plugging in the inputs and passing them to the delegate function, and then the delegate function returns some outputs if we have like reference variables that need to be written back to, and like if we need to write back to the fields, and it also returns like the object that, like, if the function returns an actual variable, that object is also passed back to us as well. It's a really clever way of doing this. There was a version of this that I had that did not do this at all. All it would do would just call the function directly, and it would bypass the reflection. And technically, that was like the fast that was the fast path. But there's an issue with referencing the direct function name. So like in here, we're just calling some generic delegate that is registered to this delegate registry. But once that thing doesn't exist, I'm sorry. If in this case, if the delegate didn't exist, nothing would break. You know what I'm saying? Like the delegate in here, we don't know what the delegate is. We just are passing this registry a method name, and we're trying to get that define the delegate for that. I could have done something where I registered the method with like a method registry, and then instead of calling the method directly, we would find it by name. But ultimately, that would mean that we would use reflection to find that method name on the class. We would get static class, use reflection to get all its methods, compare the name. So that is slower than doing this. But the fast path is calling the function directly inside of the generated class. But whenever you move the function, like if you were to delete, like if I were to delete this function, it's similar. The delegate is a function pointer essentially. Like it's a wrapper around the function that is generic, so that you don't necessarily have to know the function. You just need to know its signature, and the delegate gets created per function signature. It's a lot of code that gets generated, but it's so that I don't have to use reflection every single time I want to call a function. I don't have to use two layers of reflection, because you have to use the layer of reflection to get the parameters of the function, and then you have to use a layer. You have to use a layer of reflection to get the actual function pointer. Um, Unreal might be a little bit better at caching this stuff, but I don't know if Unity is. But I know what this system does is it caches all of the reflection up front for the method itself. But the invoking and like unboxing that method, like to actually invoke it, is still that still requires reflection. And that's where the delegates are faster. Is like you just call the delegate and it calls like an unmanaged pointer to the function. Now I don't know if that's a potential memory leak. Um, I have been seeing some wild stuff happening. Like my sys file, my page.sys file was like 8 GB at one point, and I think I had a memory leak where it started using like virtual memory inside of my RAM after filling up the memory in my hard drive. But I don't know. So I have to investigate a little bit more. But yeah, essentially the problem with the other solution, the fast path, was if I were to delete this function, which would trigger a recompile, which is how the code generation works. You change something, the code recompiles, and then the generator class looks at all of the code and compares it to a hash of the last known variables or the last known functions that you had. But the shitty thing is that if you delete a function that's getting called directly, the code won't compile correctly. So you'll never be able to regenerate the new updated code because the code didn't compile correctly. And I had tried to do some black magic. Okay, so yeah, um, I had 8 GB in my page.sys that was like just bloat essentially. I don't know where it came from. I thought I got hacked. My fucking hard drive had 2 GB on it. Actually, my hard drive had less than a gigabyte on it at one point, and my computer was running slow as fuck. Don't know what happened. I think it was the crash that I had like 2 days ago. Probably that. Yeah. So yeah, had to do a little bit of. I tried to do some black magic to where you can bind to the compiler, and you can get a callback function on like whether the compilation was successful or an error, so on and so forth. And I tried that, but since the assembly didn't get recompiled, I would still have like no changes, and that would not, and then still that wouldn't trigger like the function delegate to that wouldn't trigger the generator to run again. I just thought of another solution, which is if I register to that callback where the compilation where the compiler finishes and it has an error, I could actually probably traverse to the assembly where that error is and find. Yeah, probably a bad leak too. But yeah, I could probably traverse the compiler's results and find the assembly where the compilation error was, and then check if that is one of the assemblies where I have generated code, and if it was, to just destroy the generated code and then re-trigger like a compilation, and then that would trigger the generated code to come back. But it sounds simple when I explain it like that, but I don't know how to do that shit. I'd have to do some, like I said, some black magic to get into the actual assembly and make sure that that shit is working properly. But let me focus here. In this call function node, that's the last step of this, is if this node is not rollback friendly and we are in a rollback, then we want to return. And this needs network time, which we should be able to get from the entity manager dot get singleton. Ah, fuck, I gotta do a query. That's ass. Okay. Hmm. It might just be better to send. It might just be better to send that to the. If I use a component, I'd still have to query it. I don't want to create this query every time. I'm an idiot. Why ain't nobody tell me this? I'm an actual idiot. It's right there. Jesus Christ. I'm like looking right at this. Is how you know I'm tired, bro. Oh my God. I'm looking right at the variable that I need. All right. So if this node is not rollback friendly and we are in a rollback frame, then return, else it'll try to call the function. So that is that. And I just realized that I have a duplicate node, and this is strictly so that the editor side doesn't look like ass. I hate that I have to do this, but so that the editor version of this node doesn't look like ass, I have to have a node for get. I have to have a pure node for the pure functions, and an exec node for the exec functions, because for some reason I could probably fix it, but it's the editor side thing. Basically, the drawers would get offset to where, I wish I could zoom into this. They would get offset to where they would still consider the execution pin to be there, even though it's not. I could do something to where if the execution pin got removed, then the node would redraw itself. But I feel like that would cause a cascading like array of errors too, because when the node redraws itself, it also probably has to redraw its edges and everything, and that might cause an issue if the edges are based on like index, and it just could be just so I just made a separate node that is a hold on, that is a pure node or an exec node. And then let me just add this to this node, because I know this will be like, this is like the main node that I'm writing this for. Something like a physics query. You don't want this to be rollback friendly, but it's It is not rollback friendly by default. You know what? I'm gonna actually change this to be true by default, so that we can opt out of rolling back nodes. Or do you want to opt into rollback? The thing is, there's more nodes that are rollback friendly than there are nodes that aren't. But just going off of the language for Overwatch, they said that they had to opt in to prediction. So that's not the same thing. So I think I should have to opt out of a node being rollback friendly, because most of the time you want the nodes to roll back and do their calculation again. But like for something like a query, which is pretty much server sided anyways, you might want to do, you only want to do that once. Plus it's a physics query, so it's gonna be expensive. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I feel like I need some eye drops or something. God damn. Yeah, it might seem like this is pointless. Like this logic is pointless, but when you think of more edge cases, because what I couldn't figure out was an edge case where I would need to roll back the graph, and I also was trying to avoid like having to keep the. Yeah. Uh, what I had typed out in the doc was that are most nodes are just setting data inside of the state. So I didn't consider the fact that if you don't set that data for your next prediction tick, like if you don't get the state from the server, the correct state from the server, and then predict back up to the correct prediction tick, that the next time you get an update, you're gonna correct, like you will correct again. And I don't know if this does a thing like Unreal's version of network prediction, where if you correct, it corrects all of the simulations. Like every simulation will correct if you have one correction in another simulation. It'll make all the other simulations roll back as well. But in this case, we're already rolling back, so I was like, shit, we roll back manually every time. But what I've further realized is that the rollback is literally just Unreal's version of checking if you should reconcile. Like reconcile and rollback are two different things. Damn this! Oh, that's my mouse. That's not bad. Yeah, rollback and reconcile are two different things. You roll back every time because you get the new sync state from the server and resimulate back up. Unreal didn't do that. They still did a diff check. It kept a buffer of the sync state. You'd get the snapshot from the server. It'll send you that snapshot, and then I think the client kept a buffer. But I know that you would diff your version of that state against the actual server side version of that state, and if it was wrong, you would go back and resim forward back to the current prediction tick. In Unity, no matter what, you roll back to that frame and resim forward. So that's what confused me, is because Unity does this every time. You constantly roll back and roll forward. Like it doesn't matter if you're wrong or not. But if you are wrong, you still need to roll forward with the new data. So the edge case I was thinking about was if you had like a wait node that was waiting for some time, and maybe it had like a execution that fired immediately, and then it had something that fired. It was basically like a latent node, and basically you'd run into a problem where if the client predicted that this node started on frame 250, if you had anything that altered the state right here, that um, let's say, okay, we'll just draw like that. Let's say this node started at on frame 250, like it got pulsed on frame 250, but this pin pulsed at frame 255. Wait, let's do a second. Like it took 1 second. So there's 60 frames in a second. So let's just say this pin pulsed at 310 in your prediction. If you predicted that this started at 250 and you didn't roll back the graph, and when the server sent you a snapshot and said, hey, this actually didn't start until 260, you would legit get a cascade correction for every snapshot, because you would have predicted to apply, you would have predicted, actually you wouldn't get a correction until you hit frame 310 realistically, because actually no, that's wrong, bro. I'm telling you that's wrong. You would get the, well, yes, that's not wrong. That's not wrong, because this is local. This is a local variable on the actual node, and that also means that needs to be something that could be synchronized. Okay, so that lets me know I need to synchronize the starting time of each node for sure. Of timing-based nodes, not every node needs to do that. Just timing-based nodes need to do that. And it needs to be like any latent node that needs to register its starting time with the state. So that in the case of this starting on frame 260 instead of 250, when you roll back, you don't still use the same value. But technically, if you rolled back and you got to the point, like let's say the reason that you had to roll back is because maybe you thought this graph started on frame 250, because most of the time the graph executes everything in one frame. So you started this graph on frame 250, but when the server got to frame 250, you actually had like a debuff that made your cooldowns 10 frames longer or whatever. Let's just say that was the case. When you roll back to the snapshot of the server at frame 250, which will be on, for you it'll be 255 or 257, whatever your jitter is, whatever your offset is. So on 255, when you get 250, you would roll back and you would essentially get this debuff, and the system that would have started the ActionScript, that system wouldn't run, because you would have the updated data that lets you know that something happened from outside it's something that's synchronized that would let you know that you couldn't actually start the script. Now, where the problem would be if you were allowed to predict the node, and this wasn't from the node firing. Let's say that the roles was shifted and this was actually the node. So this was the node that you predicted started on frame 250, and let's just say that there was like a 10 frame delay from this node, or maybe this is like a play animation node where this event pin doesn't fire for 10 frames, and that frame, you would think, okay, so that in your calculation, in my mind, I'm still thinking that since the distance between the server and the client, like in terms of prediction frames, is not more than 10 frames, like it may or may not be more than 10 frames, but you gotta have like a high ass ping for your prediction frame to be like more than 10 frames ahead of the server. Like you gotta have like 500 ping. It's gotta be half a millisecond. Realistically, it's so there's 60 frames in a second, and if you have almost you're 30 frames, you're 30 frames of latency, pretty much. So yeah, at 500 ping, you would have 30 frames of latency. Yeah, that's the right math. So yeah, at high ping issues, like not even high ping. So like if at 500 you'll have 30, at 250 you have 15, and then at 125 you'd have 7. Yeah, I agree. But I still think it does it though. But yeah, I would definitely try to keep people in a pool where the good news is that the rewind logic is client sided, but your client will run like ass if you had like a. This also gates people from doing like things like lag switching, because your client will run like ass if your fucking latency is bad and you're like mispredicting. But yeah, so 125 will get you 7.5 frames. So that means like 60 ping, you're probably, you know what I'm saying, 3 or 4 frames ahead of the server. So normal, in a normal internet, sorry, Wisebot is throwing my brain off. I wish it would read Wisebot. But in a normal situation or environment where you have 60 ping, 70 ping, you're going to be 3 frames ahead of the server. So you wouldn't ever get out of sync, if that makes any sense. Like, so say this was the play montage node, and then this pin took 10 frames to get to the point where this pin fired. So if this started at 240 and this takes 10 frames to get there, you would predict at 250 that this would run. So I don't know what the edge case would be where you would mispredict this timing and not correct it. If that makes, I don't know how to make that make sense. The only way that this could happen is if all of your nodes were like latent. Like, since most of the nodes start their execution at the same frame as the predicted frame, that means most of the time you're going to have nodes that are in line with the rewind frame. So what I mean by that is, the only way, like I said, the only way for this node not to fire on 240 server millisecond to respond back to the client. Unreal replication happens at the end. I don't think I have to manage ping. Are you talking about just for like in my calculations, or like for gameplay logic? I don't have to manage it though. I don't think so. I think it's automatically handled. I got to reread the netcode prediction documentation, but I think it's automatically handled. All of the math, essentially, the hard stuff. You know, I'm just doing the fun stuff. But yeah, the only way for this thing not to be on 240. Oh, okay, I get what you mean. So it still depends on like how fast your server is reading and writing the data. So you got to add that offset of the server time, of the server CPU time, because it has to take that much time to do the work and then send you the work. I get you. I wonder if that's calculated. That's actually a pretty good thing to think about. But yeah, the only way that you don't get this prediction on 240 is if this node was tied to another latent node. And then before that, if that latent node was connected to the start node, if any of these nodes are connected to the start node, they will have the same frame as their start frame as the rewind frame. So it's hard to get out of sync, because the node before this node, like I said, unless you have nothing but like latent nodes that are firing like one frame after each other, you know what I mean? Like if your start node fires and then it doesn't tell the next node to fire into the next frame, then you'll get out of sync. And I think that's what one of my biggest problems with my Unreal version is because I was using the input frame instead of the current frame. So using the input frame means that you're using like the last frame's data, when you should just be using the current frame's data and writing to the current frame, if that makes any sense. Well, that doesn't make any sense. I know I had issues with it off by one frame. I can't remember exactly what caused it, but I know that there was an issue where some things wouldn't get processed or written to until the next frame. So rewinding meant that you were so say you wrote some state to this node on frame 250, that wouldn't actually be usable until the next frame. But in this implementation, like if I wrote some state to this node when this pin executed, like if internally to this node I wrote some state, this pin, when the state comes into this node, it would have the same state. You know what I'm saying? It would have the updated state that this node edited, since it's by reference. It's not a input that I'm copying and I'm putting into the output so that the next frame can read the input. I'm just writing to the output. The state is being passed around by a reference, which is probably how I should have done it in Unreal as well. I should have just did everything to the output state, and instead of like reading the input state, I should have just wrote everything to the output state and then just pushed everything to the output state. So like when the frame first starts, you write everything from the frame to the output state, and then you just operate off the output state. You don't even take the input state into account anymore. But yeah, I don't think there's a way for you to get out of sync unless you're 500 frame, 30 frames in front of the server, and there's actually like this much distance from you to actually predict 30 frames wrong. You know what I mean? So, but even then, it's still safer to roll back this node, because maybe this node had some internal state that was waiting on a specific frame, and you would want this node to roll back so that if that state changed in the middle of that that waiting or that duration, you wouldn't predict incorrectly that something was happening. Because if you don't roll back the graph and you have like a latent node that's doing like something like this, and there's some kind of notification that this actually got canceled, but you don't roll back the graph to process that thing getting canceled, you'll never hit the cancel pin. You would just predict wrong, and that would then cause cascading mispredictions. My eyeballs are like fucked right now, dude. I am absolutely in pain. Not in pain, but like I just wish that it would stop. It's not like ow, ow. It's like, oh my God, this is annoying that I can't open my eyeballs all the way. Okay, I did all that talking, but we got it in. I just need to regenerate from from scratch, since I basically changed the internal. Actually, yeah, I need to regenerate so that all of these nodes can rewrite their constructor. So this is going to get rid of this node in a second, whenever this compiles. Now, there is something that I do want to fix is since this node is referenced by a class, if that class is missing, it gets destroyed, right? But if I bring that same class back, I think since that class has a different GUID, so let me count real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 13 nodes in this graph. And if I look at the actual asset in C++, which, not C++, but I can look at the actual graph in C#, and see how many items I have in there. Okay, so I said 13, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. You see right here, I have 14 nodes. That's because that node is still referenced in the graph, but it's referenced by its GUID. And you can see right here, all of these nodes are referenced by their GUID. So when I destroy the class that node's GUID is on, and then I recreate that class creates a new GUID. But what should actually happen is if I destroy a class, I should cache a map of class to GUID. So like specific class to GUID, so that when I refresh or when I regenerate the code, you check to see if that class name is inside of this cache, and then you just use that GUID so that people down the line, when they want to, when they want to regenerate their files, they don't lose their entire graph. You know what I mean? Because the reason you don't lose these is because these are static. These are static things. These GUIDs don't change. But the dynamic nodes, since they get destroyed and created often, depending on like whether or not you change something, you remove something, you clear the entire cache just to fix a bug, the GUIDs will end up changing. So that's something I'll need to do, so that it's not important, but it is like a feature that would definitely, if it's not there, you feel it. Because when I go back to regenerate, these, this node won't come back. Even though it is in this thing, it won't come back. Matter of fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, so right here I have 14 nodes, and I think I need to save this graph so that it realizes that it doesn't have that node. So I just saved the graph, so now it realizes that node is no longer there. And it changed the value of this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So yeah, it updated the graph, so there's not a memory leak there. I thought that would be a memory leak. But yeah, I have to recreate this node and plug it back in, which is kind of ass. I would like for this node to get regenerated from the cache, and then all of these things would just automatically fix themselves. That's something that's built into the graph toolkit, where it automatically handles missing references. So hopefully they flesh that out to where I can convert this over to that, and I don't have to do as much hard work in the background. But For now, that's up to me to implement if I can find my Notion board. Mm. Yeah, that'll be good to have. It'd be really cool to show too. Like I could show like deleting all the nodes from like the files, and then regenerating them and showing that the graph will just remember that, hey, I had a node like this before. Let me just add it back with all of the connections if I can. That would be pretty cool. But yeah, we should have that rollback friendly in the should have that rollback friendly inside of the generated files now. So yeah, by default, you got this set to true. Yeah, did its job properly. Cool beans. Oh man. But yeah, that will be really high quality to have. And for me, it's like, yo, that's some advanced stuff. But if you don't have it, people are gonna be like, how don't you have this feature? How don't you even have this feature? And they don't know how like crazy that is to have like you write a cache to the library that has some kind of hash that is keeping track of the node, its parameters, its GUID, all that information. That way, if it ever gets destroyed, it still exists somewhere, And then if it comes back with a similar name and setup, you can just say, "Oh, you are actually this node. Let me not create a new GUID for you. Let me not create a new ID for you. Let me just give you the ID that you had when you were destroyed." That's actually pretty hard. All right. What else could I do today? I don't know if I'm stream any longer, but my eyeballs are fucking killing me, man. It's only been a couple hours, so I feel like I haven't really done anything. I could try to do this exposed parameter generator, but I'm kind of tired of fucking doing generators on stream. Another thing I could do is this is completed actually. I could start working on this debugger because most of the hard stuff is like Claude just showing me how to add something to a toolbar, but realistically, I already kind of have an idea how to do that part, like how to add something to this toolbar. I think I know exactly what this toolbar is too. I think it's the all graph toolbar, something like that. Toolbar. Where are you? Toolbar view. Is it? Yeah. So this is the function to add buttons. And I think there's a class that inherit, like a few classes that inherit this toolbar, custom toolbar. Additional processor visible. I don't think this is used. This one is not used. So I think just the default is used. This doesn't have like a, so yeah, to add a button to this, it's this logic right here. So I could add a drop down, but that drop down needs to search the word. It also needs to only happen when the editor is running too. So I wonder if there's like a callback that you can bind to when the editors start, or like when play mode starts. Hold on. Wait, where is this? Okay. This has to be used somewhere else. This toolbar view. There's no way it's not used somewhere else. All graph. Oh, okay, so this is being used. Okay, cool. So we say toolbar view equals new custom toolbar view. Then we add this toolbar view to it. Um, so this is in the graph window. So I'm guessing I would bind. And actually, I actually want to get rid of this because when you double click a graph, I think you open up the all graph window. Here, let's see. I think when you open up a graph, you open up the all graph. It might be the yeah, it's the all graph. So yeah, this doesn't need to be here. This menu item, window, all combined, this doesn't need to be here. So I'm gonna get rid of this because this does add like some weird windows here. Or it adds like this let's just get rid of this on all of these classes really quick. It just opens up the window in a manner like that. It's like unnecessary. Okay. So yeah, basically what I would need to do in here is in this window I would need to bind to the editor going into play mode, and then I would send that information to to this toolbar view, which is a variable, and then that toolbar view would change its layout based on the editor going into um, play mode. That's like the first step of that. Oh man, am I experiencing hunger? What are you doing? The fuck? There's one other thing too. Let me add this too before I forget. Yeah. Um, I, I feel like I can do that. I might do that before I do this. But let me just find this callback, and then I could just runtime initialize load type. Primary callback attribute for methods that should be invoked when the Unity editor enters play mode is the runtime initialize on load method. Okay. So let's see here if we can find a. Does it have to be a static function? Maybe it has it. Enter play mode. Allow an editor class method to be initialized when Unity. So this is it right here. So what was the one that they gave me? It is one. The one that they gave me exists. Let's see what it says here. It says use this attribute to get a callback when the runtime is starting up and loading the first scene. I guess we can try both of them. Um, then let's do initialize on interplay mode. So allow editor class to be initialized when Unity enters play mode. So here we'll say on initialize on play mode. Debug. Can I log an error? Yeah, I'm gonna log an error just so it's red. And we just gotta make sure that we don't stop on errors. Should be good. Man, I'm gonna get this hot reload plugin too, bro. I'm finna buy that shit. I am tired of how long it takes Unity to compile. Like sometimes you'll type like a line of code. That's the only thing I like about Unreal. Like people complain about Unreal's compilation time, but you could type as much code as you want and then trigger the compilation to run. You don't you like in Unity you'll be typing code and it'll be constantly compiling in the background, like trying to compile the code while you're typing it. Like no, wait for me to tell you to compile, motherfucker. Like it should have like a manual compile button that you have to press or that you could have the option to press if you wanted to like turn off auto compilation or some shit. All right, let's see if this will trigger one of those messages. Okay, so play mode started first, and then on runtime initialize load happens second. It's 2 seconds later, I think. Yeah, 2 seconds later. So I would say on runtime initialize load is better because, well, technically, let me see. I want to say that the scene is loaded when the on runtime initialize load happens. Maybe there's a callback attribute for editor scene for scene finish load play mode. There's no specific callback attribute for the scene finishing its load in play mode. Instead, you must use an event listener that you subscribe and unsubscribe to. Primary method is the scene manager dot scene loaded event. And do you have to know like which scene you're trying to load? So I would say right here, we will want to do this whenever we enter the play mode. We want to know like and then in this function, we would unsubscribe to this. That would be the first thing we do. Or maybe we'll do like when you exit play mode. That's what I'm talking about right there. I just fucking says, okay, I'm done. Like, no, mother, I didn't tell you to do anything. Yeah, so I'll just unsubscribe right here. It's fine. Because we only need to listen to this once. And then once the scene loads, this is where we would do our logic here. Let's just put a let's format this scene loaded. Let's see that name, and then let's say load mode. Yeah, once the scene finishes loading, then we could tell our toolbar to add a button and a drop down. And then once that, and we can probably pass it the scene as well. We could probably pass it the scene. And then from that scene, we can get all of the entities that match the action script, like all of the matching action scripts that match this class, and just plug that into that base view. Okay, right here. So game resources load mode was additive. So nice. So we know we don't need this guy. And we're good on this. So in here, what I want to do is tell the toolbar to add the drop down and uh, add the world filter drop down and the target entity drop down. And let's just start simple. Because adding the buttons does this. It adds a button, GUI content, and then it adds a callback to the button. So I'm guessing the best way to do this is a GUI content of a new. What is this? Why does it return the? Why does it return the button? Like, why are we returning the button? Yeah, this returns a button, but we're not doing anything with it. Ooh, we need to do this in the graph view. When you click on the graph, like when left mouse button is down and we're clicking on the graph, this is what we need to call. Just this function. Where is this at? This will get one thing off of my to-do list. Are we in the base graph view? I thought we were just in there. Say base graph view. So on mouse down callback. When left clicking on the graph, not a node or something else. So close all settings windows. Nice. And then we actually want to do this. Yeah, we want to do this. Okay, it pings it, but it doesn't select it. How do I select an object? Editor. So it's a selection class. Can I do that? Did I just say active object? Thank you. Okay, let's see if this, nice. So clicking on this will show the graph. Clicking on this will show the node. That's simple. Simple enough. Don't know why that's not built in, but okay. I did it. Got it done. Another thing checked off the list, baby. That's what you gotta do. Small wins. You know what I'm saying? Small little baby wins. Okay, let me push because we're about to make a bunch of fucking change. Look at all of these. What do we do here? Oh yeah, we regenerated the code and fixed the delegate generator basically here. That's pretty much it. Oh, all right. Okay, cool, cool. Now back to what we were doing, the real work, the graph debugger. I think I'll be able to get most of this done today. Well, the biggest, like I said, the biggest part is getting the drop down to show up and then populating that drop down with the correct data, which shouldn't be too hard. We should have an enum here for public enum world filter. I think this is already an existing thing. It doesn't. Just nice. Server client. I think we just need to add a property here, like a public world filter. And then after we add our buttons, we would add, that's the thing though, I don't want to do this in this function. I would want to do it in the initialize function of this. So we got a drop down button. Okay, this looks like it could be useful. Add drop down button. Nice. Okay. It's already built in. I'll take that. So I want to add a new drop down button with a callback, and be on left is true. Now, how do I know what is in that drop down button? Where can I add the content of it? Maybe that's okay. It returns. Okay, let's do something simple here. Let us say public. We'll do a public void on enter play mode, and then play mode. So we'll have this guy find to exit play mode, call back. Take that guy, and the first thing we'll do is bind to this. So say protected void. We want to add runtime debugger items. This might actually, see, that's the thing. I can't pass the world. Well, technically, I could pass the world right here. I could pass the scene, loaded scene. Oh no, 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 no. So yeah, when we enter play mode, we'll do this, and then we'll have another joint for public void on scene loaded. So take in the scene. Then we'll have some add runtime debugger items, and then we'll have the remove runtime debugger items as well. So when we enter play mode, we want to call add runtime debugger items. And then in here, what we want to do is add the drop down button. We'll call it world filter. The callback will be world filter clicked, and then it being on the left will be true. And create a method for that. And we need a private scene cache. Can I set this to null by default? It's a value type. Just to have this, we'll say our loaded scene cache is equal to scene, just to have that. And then basically when this world filter is clicked, we want to look through our scene, and I don't know if the scene actually has access to the worlds, but maybe it does. Maybe we have to do something else to get access to the world. I'm gonna add another drop down button for target entity. Say on target entity clicked. And then here, this is where we'll actually look through the scene, and find matching. And in here, we should know about our graph, right? Yeah, we know about our base graph view. And find matching entities to our base graph target graph. All right. And all this is going to do is remove drop down button. Shit. I guess we got to store this button. So drop world filter button. This guy. And then target entity button. This guy. Come on. I wanted to actually make a variable. Wait. Remove. Hopefully we can say world filter button dot remove or destroy. What do we have? We don't have anything. I guess we can just set it to be invisible, which also means that we could do this beforehand. So yeah, we can do this early. Is there an initialize fucking thing going on here? I think it's in the constructor. Yeah. Say graph initialize plus equals graph view initialize plus equals, and I'm gonna say add this as a virtual function. Add runtime bucker items. Okay. All right. So let's go back to the base node view or base graph view. And holy hell, where am I supposed to be? Oh, all graph view. Here we go. This out of there. So when we go into scene loaded, we want to say toolbar. What is it called? Toolbar view. Okay. Am I able to access this? What is it telling me? It's a non-static. Holy fuck. So let's just Let's make this a void function. It has to be static. Are you kidding me? Fuck. Hmm. Damn, that's a limitation and a half right there. Okay. I guess we can just do all of this inside of the. But that's the thing, though. It's almost like you can't do anything instance based with the with these callbacks. Damn. Okay, that puts a fork in my road. You can't do anything instance based on the scene loading. Is there an update function? Because I mean, I could just do it on tick. That's fucking trash. But on inspector update, this is called 10 frames per second to give the inspector a chance to update. Because what you could do is whenever this thing updates, whenever this, I just need something that is updated. Matter of fact, let me see what this is doing here. Or do I do this? That doesn't feel right. Like that feels like that's gonna be a problem. I feel like either way, I would need a static variable. I need like a static bool that says has sent. Has started debugger. I don't know. So would also mean I would need to know. I would do it here, I guess, but I can't pass the scene anywhere. See, that's the thing I would need. I think the better thing would just be to have these things on the toolbar view itself, but I can't call. Maybe I can make these static. Maybe I can make those static. Let's close other. A lot of shit open. And then instead of doing all of these events over here, I just do them in the whatchamacallit. Just do them right here. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable with this because, like I said, this needs to be like I would need to do this on the instance. But I guess if I had another instance of the toolbar open, like in another graph, I would pretty much want them to all have this same data, I guess. God damn it. Yeah, on the scene loads, unsubscribe, and then maybe I can set the scene or the loaded scene cache to the loaded scene. It's assigned but never used. And exit play mode. So when we enter play mode, which I thought I had bound to that too here. Huh. What the fuck was that thing was? Initialize on interplay mode. So this could be public void. Oh, I did have this. Okay, we need all of this actually. We need all of this to happen. So this could be void, but this is static. Like I don't get that. Does this return anything? It doesn't. I wonder if this will compile. So when we enter play mode, we will bind to the scene loading, set the play mode state changed whenever we exit play mode. So when we exit play mode, we want to know. And then we also want to turn these buttons on. And technically that should do it. We'll have this loaded scene cache and then we'll see what we get from there. Oh, I'm so fucking fucked in my eyes, man. They're like not burning, but I could feel them. So if we go ahead and enter the play mode, here we go back to the simple graph. We should have some buttons here, but we don't. Because it's instance based. That's what I was saying. Like, since it's instance based, we don't know which graph to do this on. But hold on, let me see. First, let's make sure that we're creating the buttons. Yeah, I think this function is on the instance but it might need to be static, but maybe this is not running. Okay, and then let's see if that does run. Oh, that shit don't run. Okay. So maybe this has to be static. And then this has to be static. And that means this has to be static. Mm. The man is saying, don't break what you were just saying. Oh shit. Okay, that's no cool. Come on. I've been waiting for you. Cool. Come on. I've been waiting for you. Okay, I don't see those buttons popping, you dig? I don't see them popping up there. Come on. Okay, this is annoying. Maybe these are invalid. Okay. No, that's valid. Uh, value false. What does this mean? Visible false. When did this happen? Exit play mode. Oh shit. Okay. So that's my own fault. Exiting play mode. Yo, let's do some music to get me up, man. I'm feeling it right now. Now that too. Okay, fool. Pull up, I'm acting a fool. Guapo juice. Do what you do. What I do. Why not enough me too? Why not enough me too? Ah. All right, there we go. Got our drop downs now. Yeah. What you gonna do? I got my wrist wet. I got my wrist wet. For the big jet. Tell the pilot, is you there? Yeah. Over there. Yeah. Let me see if I can actually click on these buttons while I'm okay. Don't be scared. Okay. My air. This shit stuff. Oh, they all try. Doom. I'm winning. I'm getting all the women. I win it. I win it. I win it. I win it. Do. I'm gonna fool. That's all. But my last was full. Pull up and I'm acting a fool. No, I won't do is you do what I do. One not enough, me too. Me too. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I got my wrist wet. I got my wrist wet. I'm up on a big jet. Tell the buyer that, is it there yet? I'm gonna take a risk. Double there yet? Spin guap on juice. No, no. Yeah. Okay. So we do have the world. Now, how the hell do I access the entities in the scene? Go around. I got fuck him. I got access to on dinner. 15 hours. Can you off in this frontal? Pick up, make pro plays. I got free KOs in Norway. Bitch, you getting paid every day, y'all day. I don't do talk. Look at my TikTok. 6 months. I should talk. Not on that. Yeah, not by time. That's the money. I can find it. Really 200. Oh, I love it. Okay, let's get it. I got different kind of women. I'm a pusher, get a with her. Bet that 5-6 hit them. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Now, how do I add contents to this drop down? Because that's another thing. But first, let's just let's do something here where we grab the world. World all. It's a collection that's not allocated, read only. Okay. Where what's wrong with this? Cannot convert source to entity manager. I just get the first index of that. And I can get love, no love. Okay, let's do this. What can I say? Yeah. I like what I did today. What I did today. Mm. Yeah, I'm buying more drugs, and I can give you love, no love, no love. But now, fell in love, fell in love, fell in love. Yeah, I'm buying more drugs. No love, no love, that's all I did was no love, for love, for love. Okay, so we do have to initialize this, so let's say world dot default game injection world dot entity manager, and then we'll Go through on this. Please tell me how you feel. Mom made it, yeah. No, I can't fail. Slap pop me up. Got brand new sales. You know what? I can actually create a query here where we have um we're looking for an entity with, hold on, let me think. I think I just need to say new, and then we want to pass it component type dot read only dot should I can pass in a type into this? I didn't know I could do that. Yeah, red chaos. I want to say read only with passing in the action script tag. Yeah, baby. Go hard, yeah, baby. Yeah. I just put up in a draw. Yeah, we score a draw. Yeah, we score a draw. Pop up, pop up. My PA player no pop up. They do not like us. But you won't know if you never try to go. But you won't know if you never try to go. You won't know if you never try to go. But you won't know if you never try to go. But you won't know if you never try to go. But you won't know if you never try to go. Yeah, I think I could just do this. But you won't know if you never try to go. But you won't know if you never try to go. But you won't know if you never try to go. You won't know, no, no. This bitch is so damn good, can't put my shoes on. Lay about to put me in my leans. Oh, okay, okay, I know what you. Shh. Okay, okay, I know what you. Okay, okay, I know what you. Oh, this actually needs to be a static variable, I think. I don't know if that's possible. We gonna be okay. Maybe maybe we can make a list of entities here. Post it up in a 600. That's why I know some shows. Nothing but okay, boo. A little bit echo. I ain't fucking with you. Alright, cool, bitch. Yeah, pick up. Nah, all that shit. Nah. Then I could do this as a temp thing. That'll just get rid of this in the next frame. I'll be one. I'll be one. It's a limbo. Know where we are. Card T on P on. Alright, I'm gonna say valid entities dot abs. Damn, I'm too needy. It's always too needy, y'all. Got off that beat. All she want me to do is beat it, y'all. Beat it, y'all. 250 block. I'm gonna fuck with us. I'll do this shit once. See, nah. So you saw. Oh, Tom gone. Wake up, Tom gone. We got lit shit lit. Yeah, posted up in that 600. Cut off my son. Spent 200 on some shoes. Got a little bit okay, boy. A little bit echo. No, I ain't fucking with you. Y'all around the cook. All that shit. On some fire shit. On some for nah, all that shit. Nah, all that shit. Bank full of nah, all that shit. Nah, all that shit. Nah, all that shit. Nah, 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 all that shit. Nah, all that shit. Nah, all that shit. Uh-oh. We crashed. Well, we didn't crash, but we threw an exception. Okay. Well, bullets gonna go at the gun, and they going at you. Shh, but shine, shine, never change it. This is a song. I'm just trying to win. Ass. Motherfucker. Oh, I forgot. Okay, okay. That's that stupid ass Unity shit, bro. I swear to God, that shit is so dumb. Uh, in Unreal, you're so used to just fucking declaring a variable, and you don't have to initialize like an array. You just start adding to it. Yeah. Okay, I just seen that we're able to get that thing. Now I just need to know how to add something to a drop down in graph view. Maybe I could just get the yeah, so maybe what I could do is we can keep this list, and then we'll cast a list. I'm only caching it because this memory is temporary, so I want to move it over to something that is managed by this thing. Else I got to make this persistent, and then I got to dispose of it when the thing ends or whatever. It's just gonna be clunky. Excuse me. I think I actually have to dispose of this query too. Could be causing a lot of leaks if I don't dispose of the queries. I need to actually look that up. No, I mean I ain't lying. I can't lie to do you feel the same. Think I'm fighting for a long time. Yeah. Oh yeah. Love when I'm in it. Love when I'm in the bed. Okay. So yeah, maybe we could just get the target entity. Okay. Yeah. Get it gone. Yeah. Get it gone. Yeah. Slam. Yeah. 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 Oh yeah. Oh, this is Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, there's a function here to remove buttons. We won't do that. I do like to hide and show. Dry I'm GUI button list. So that's our buttons. So if we got a drop down button, we say drop down button here, button content, editor styles to, and then the button callback. I got too much money now. And we putting ha ha, don't tie me down. Tell me now we Jake, call a hundred around. Sometimes you get a message. Oh, then I got a message. How the fuck do I add content to the button? You wanna pop up in? If my bullets go through doors, you can't come around. Yeah, I got all down. Yeah, funny nigga, I got too much money now. Ain't it funny? Ha ha. So drop me down. Hope that you get the message. This doesn't look like code that actually exists. It's been playing on drug. I'm over all hard. I got that CBN. He talk crazy. He fought. I'm fighting. Then I dropped that disc. Empty wheel gonna slide. All my way to got 10. I don't even gotta pay rent. Just do it again and do it again. Sure. 556 or the 762 finna hit your ass up. Like, that little bit wanna fuck my band. I'm like, sure. Do fuck over with it. Too. I'm not someone with a little blue. But I make my nigga hit my jet if he got truest. This chicken stupid. Mm-hmm. I'm paying some blood on my rig once. It doesn't look like maybe the button is just there so that you can add a drop down screen like based on where it is. I have an example of this in I don't try that fuck that life will take off on a blimp. Fuck that bitch, I got others on pimp. When you get pussy, you smell like a meat. I started not knowing that she got a twist. Got good, I got rest on me. We got Zach, got perk, got oxy. They do OD. I'm just doing it by myself. I don't believe it in me. I'm gonna be because of real life. Yeah, yeah. You ain't gonna find that shit? Yeah, I do it. The freak below my music. Go D. I'm doing. I'm doing. So we make one of these a drop down state. And I'm not fucking with no friend. This bitch trying to get up. This bitch got me pissed on. Toss up blow like a whistle. Picky up. Bitch wanna see the flex. But I ain't gonna touch you. I ain't gonna say like that. You better know yourself. Yeah, the boss suck nigga, I won't fail. Yeah. This big gun see these diamonds, they gon' fall out. I can tell. I left flash. I got per 10 and per 15, and some of them say not for sale. On them big on rock off for sure. Yeah, fucking on all those hoes. Got some cheese that be like Jordan. Big ass man, they keep going. I'm about to use AI, dude. Yeah, I used to play with no pen. Yeah, my shit and see more. My phone get touchy. So this is not the same thing that I'm thinking about. This is this hidden by default? So component type drop down. This is calling an advanced drop down. And then this function to build the root is what adds all of these things to the child. And you add a drop down item with the name our component data. And then so what is this? This is just raw. Hold on, let me see what this looks like. Uh uh. Uh uh. Uh uh. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah. I'm taking a little bit of time to actually learn this editor stuff. I would like to avoid using AI for so much. Am I right? I'm right. 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 With Cody, OD, OT. So group by top level namespace or global. So we got a enumerable groups, which is a string, a type and a string key value pair. And then for each one of these, I'll send myself. Is this ordering by alphabetical order? By key. Key. Coding. Oh, me. So first thing we do is add the groups. And then also add a flat all for quick searching. And then you return this. So I'm gonna actually get out of that. And then I wonder if whenever you hit a drop down item, it creates a nested item. Let me pop this up. Damn it. Fucking, it does not persistent. I need to see what happens when you actually click one of the groups. Type item. Item selected right here. So if item is a type item, else click no. Is there we add a child, but we don't bind. We add a new type item. And if it's a type item, we say invoke on pick. Everything dying today. Well, bitch, I fucking like hard to be day. I'ma walk out say my eyes already up. I've been on it anyway. I'm gonna charge my mouse. I don't want to get in the way of video games later. Right, money, I'll be back. Bye, Richie, I knew right. Hold up. Oh shit, this is an override on an advanced dropdown. So as long as you add an item to the root, you get this callback. And if it's a type item, we call on pick, which I'm guessing is also built in. This how the perky feel. This how the XC feel. That's how that motherfucker feel. What's the day all on my ears? I'm gonna read the drill. Yeah. What's that bitch right at your left? Hanging out blue like a krill. Pull up, I'm ready to flip. I go turn up a tear. I'm gonna find sealed like the yeah. Tell me who you feel. It's stuck in the motherfucker. To the beat me now. Yeah. Yeah. But I will fail. Gonna lead me up the stairs. Yeah. I'ma walk up. Think my eyes are red. Yeah. I've been on a way. Bitch, come on the G-way. So right here looks like we create a new drop down, and then we show this drop down at the pick rec. Pass off of the game. So what are these target objects? All the gears. She lips. She got our skills. I'm still in the hill. I'm still in the hill. Where is the bill? What is this doing? It's iterating over these target objects. I guess I can look. Is that a perky feel? Is that an ecstasy feel? So this is not doing anything. It feels like it should be doing something. Is this for the search? Let me see if I can do something similar to this. The bitch I'm walking around with that blue now. I'm gonna take this class and copy it. Keep Kush in my pack, just like a throwaway. When I'm all like, not tell. Oh, the she bring that to the table, but a box. And she claimed that she loved me. Mm, 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 mm. If a bitch try me, she gonna get real ugly. If you wanna leave, I let her leave. So already fucked me. We'll kill, try to catch, kill. So when we built the root, we just need to. We don't even need the group because this should only filter. And I said, love can never ever be forever. So I'm taking advantage of the moment. I'm at the top. I ain't got no opponent. Yeah, we shouldn't have to do this. Everybody said this, I ain't going. Wait till I walk up on her. This shit don't make no sense. Me now back then, I'm like an artist. Me. Oh, so this is how they did the nested group right here. So you added a child to the nested group, and then you added the group item to the actual or maybe not. Yeah, it looked like it added another entry to the child or to the group item, and then added that final group item there. I begin tired of fuck. God, man, I'm all up a Percocet. All up a Percocet, trucking through my mansion. I find all up on the camera. I'ma triple up these drugs, send them straight to Atlanta. I'm a foreign drugs. Rock star, maybe another rock star, another rock star, maybe. Rock star, I'm in a forest right now. I'm doing tripping out the road. We used to have to get me off the stove, off these motherfucking clothes. Yeah, I got like a hole. Yeah, I got bad bitches off the molly. I'm addicted to the money chasing. But nigga, is it ugly? Rockstar made me. Young rockstar, baby. You know the way this or the way that. I'm in the foreign car right now. I'm doing rockstar drug. Percocet just walking through my mansion. I smack it all up on the camera. I'ma triple up these drugs, send them straight to Atlanta. Yeah, rockstar, baby. You know the rockstar, baby. The way that. Foreign car right now. I'm doing rockstar drug. Ding. Yeah. Tell me, yeah, my right. This is an AP. Oh, no. Okay, so once we click, we'll get this list here, and then we want to do what it was like GUI dot button, and I want to say that in this case it's the target entity button dot rect. Okay, I don't know how to get the rect here. So pass. I'm gonna just color. What a different color. A different color. Rockstar, maybe you know the Rockstar, maybe you know the Rockstar, maybe Louis this and Louis that. I'm in the foreign car right now. I'm doing Rockstar drug. I need a wrecked. Where the fuck do I get that from? I mean, do I even need to do that? Because technically this is our callback right here. So do I just need to construct a new um do I just need to construct a new drop down? But we need the rect to tell it where to go because this shows this thing. But we do create it right here. We create it and then we show it at this place right here. Then it done my hair. So this is the logic behind this, behind like spawning it. Just been one there. So it needs a drop down state. Not out here. I'm a point red. Yeah, fuck that up. Right, fuck that up. That's why your hoe gonna fuck with us. Just saying anything. I put a bitch on fire and everything. Yeah, it's a holiday. Yeah, we're gonna fuck with us. We'll spin it in that trap. Do you want to get hit or not? Yeah, the Almighty don't care. I don't think there's an on GUI override here. I think this might just be something that you do in the constructor. So we have our drop down state now. We're missing out on the types. That should be valid entities and pick type. Pick type looks like it's doing something right here. And this is what is actually this is the on pick callback. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so when it's picked, we actually wanna get the graph instance from this entity and pass that to our base graph view as the instance graph. So that means on our base graph view, we got this temp graph. Yeah, how you do, how you move, I can do it too. Or would we just, maybe I could just base graph and we could say the debugger graph. It going, and pretty much what we would do is we'd set this, and then we would still have to bind to on play mode exodus. So I still need to know about, this might have to be a static. This might have to be static. We still need to know whenever the play mode ends so that we could reinitialize from the default graph essentially. Mm. Where is this at? Initialize on interplay mode. Yeah, we'll do this. NFT, let's just move on. Don't bite you. Shit, top floor. Feel like I'm moving. SRT, this is new one. Don't bite you. Top shit, top floor. Just like our movie. SRT, this is new one. Ah, shit, top floor. Just like our movie. Mm, 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 ba-da-da-da, Okay. We'll have to do something else here. We have to make our own function for the debugger. I gotta go to the bathroom. All right. Yeah, we got to do something different for the debugger graph. We got to like force it to do something static. But for now, we'll just let's just see if we can get this drop down working. And we need a rec here. Hyphen a Robbie ass on foot. Terrorize shit. I used to hang with the. They would try not to look. With the rooks. Get it back in blood, but you know what I took. No, ain't nothing no smoke. Gotta write it down in the book. Call me the kush. Got shot in the big bag wood, nigga smoking on cuz. Like the 13 Apollo. We gotta re up them all. I'm not gonna looking like Nato. I tell that bitch pull up them digits. Spot nigga, gotta miss him. Got us a filler. So I thought cash out by the filler. I think about Kyra. Pull out like a diaper. Iphone. What do you think about the title? I just get the rain through the Bible. Yeah, fuck with this title. Or you just a rotter. I actually don't know where this button is being drawn at. Oh, it's when it's drawn. When it's in, but it been no never. Look a puzzle. They running the weather. Been right off straight in the telly. Been a little like machete. But the backside heavy. Backside. I would pull that edit. They thought I was finished. Mm, mm, mm. I feel like 11. A brand new pendant. Is it possible to get the rec for this? I don't know why it is. I about this. I do what the best for. So we can say get rect content style and options. Okay. So in this case, what style did we give it? We gave it the editor styles, that toolbar button. Okay, cool. So that's how we get the rect. Yeah. Up on is lean up. I got X and I put the codeine up. I got back for the codeine up. Hop on this lean up. I got X and I put the codeine up. I was about to shoot for my codeine up. I just mess on need yeah. Did the dash which I'm off of the beat I'm off of the beat did the dash which I'm off of the beat did the dash which I'm off of the beat shh. Well, okay. I'm in Atlanta. I feel with a vision on this often. It's easy to say I feel like she lost. We don't give a damn. We give it around. We don't give a damn. I'm gonna give a damn. Bitch, I don't give a damn. Okay, yeah, just pass to the style. I got S and apples to Zena. My bitch better she put my codeine up. Which matters all I need yeah. Just put your off of the meat Can I just fucking pass it the two things, bro? Oh, it's a GUI style. And this is wait, is this GUI content? Motherfucker cheese style. Shot. Real body. Real body. Exit out of the Zena. My bitch better she put my codeine up. I just mentioned all I don't need yeah. Did it as bitch I'm off of the meat Okay, let's see what we got, baby. Do the dance in our mouth. If you hear me making stupid sounds, it's because I'm listening to music. Sorry. Well, Rafe. He try to run. I bust a jump once I might. I make it jump. Yeah. We there, baby. We almost there. Oh my God. I'm the GOAT, dude. Yeah. Good at that, but I'm off of the meat. Good at that, but I'm off of the meat. Okay. The last part of this is fucking making the graph swap itself over, the view swap itself over to the debug view. Mm. When I need, so I went like that. I come on nothing. I mean, I'm on cloud. I remember nothing. My nigga wrist busting. I got some more side on my shoulder. I got one side on my shoulder. My shit. You know what we could do? We could open up a new window, but that would be ass. So it just would be better to initialize the graph window envelope. Okay. Okay, I bite it. I'm gonna right back. Right. That's right. I'm gonna right. It's on site. Every time we rap, we go viral. Yeah, that is alright. Oh. I need me on my club. I'm about nothing. I'm like a red busting. My soul. Fine shit on my soul. Got some fine shit all of my. Got some thick shit all of my. Got some thick shit all of my squad. But we need most of these things to be static. But the graph view is an instance. So how would I do this with the instance if it needs to be static? Maybe I can invoke a. This will be instance based. Oh yeah. Jump out, let's act a fool. Jump out, let's act a fool. This could be. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You there? I pop out in the city. Go down. Go up. Go down. Go up. Go down. How the fuck do I? How the hell do I add a whatchamacallit to this? Right now, in the city. I pop out in the city. Go down. Go up. Go down. Go up. Go up. Go down. Pop out in the city. The only thing I think that's gonna go wrong is that this is static. I don't know, man. Let me place right now. Well, this is not static. I pop out in the city. Go down. Go up. Go down. Go up. Go up. And if this is not static, we can't edit this variable. Oh, we can. Because that away. Go out. Mm-mm. Do we know what our base view is? We just got base graph view. We need the base graph window. Hmm. Okay. Wow. Mm. I know my lane. I switch out my chains. She said I could change. Stay away from the lames. I switch from plane to plane. Fucking out like I ain't never met her. Yeah, they buying on my flows, a Mary trendsetter. Why it's so cold, and my shoes more jealous. I'm up in Magic City, got some boobies in my section. Yeah, that's Smith and Wesson. I don't even eat a meal if I ain't with my brethren. So that if you keep it real, I give you all my blessings. No slap. Ah, try that shit one time you cut, I'll make amends. I just put it off the lot, red open. The first I'll do this. Oh, no. One for what I could've keep my head up. Feel life could be no better. Peanut butter color car, but this is vanilla. Just like, ah, glad. Ain't nothing so good as with all the way. Oh, mm-hmm. I don't play with that hoe. She act childish. I'm off of that Miley. I don't mean look like Miley. Get excited. Body solid. Shit that I ain't no guidance. Did this shit on all one of these niggas that on them. I'm not giving no silent. Baby, I'm excited. Fire, I supply. Get that fire, I supply. Fire, I supply. Yeah. Uh, Diamonds all over my neck, all over my teeth. And my girl, I told it, hello. All the cocktail fire never sober. You get to get all the way. You just shit the harder way. girl. My heart away. Okay. Yeah, child. Mm-hmm. Get excited. Growing excited. I could tell it's been a while. I could tell it's been a while. Been a while. I could tell it's been a while. I could tell it's been a while. I could tell it's been a while. I got me off, but you don't know how. Before my phone's on the ship of the house. Remember I had shit that I parked all over the house. Remember I had shit, but now she want me now. I just want to put them in my life ain't bow. Got 50 wrong. Send up, I lost it. Is I'm all jealous. Baby girl, I ain't gonna sweat you. Diamonds hitting any kind of weather. Give a hug. Cowboy, 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 man, let's all go. Like a skull cow. Put it back. I have to wrap it. Oh, my care package. I know, you know, we know. I'm a hot baby, you know. I'm a not chase where you go. Hit it from the side, I was spinning tall. Tell us through the wall. Don't know how. Going on my phone, just trying to slip at the house. I'm going to the couch. I don't know. Why her shit, but now she want me now. I just want to put numbers in my mouth, I like being blow. From here, I don't think we need to do anything. Just look at the tag. Got pretty boy swag. I think the reason we need to initialize is because this needs to take in a bool. Brain. Brain. I got brain. I got good brain. Good my top. Realistically, if graph is not equal to null, save graph to this. We should say, and this is not from the debugger. We don't want to do any saving. The graph is not equal to null. Close pin windows from old graph. Clear graph elements. I mean, it's a no. Oh no, no, it look like this, like figure, it's like this, man, yo, go. This shit about popping. Okay, so if we are not from the debugger, we don't want to save. We probably want to do everything else except for save. I'm never buying a shit, good boy. Get on. What am I doing? Over on there. You know that I'm ready. That's the. I'll just be talking about the Rex. I'm about to put the gang on the map. I'm about to put the gang on the map. Inexpensive shit. You can look at the tag. Got a pretty boy swag. Look at me, bro. No, no. She wanna roll it all on the road. I look like this. I look like I said about pocket. That's how we don't know. That's what about pocket. All right, this might cause a crash or do something stupid. But basically what I'm thinking is from this guy, once we select one of these things, this function will run and we'll show the well first we need to get this entity. So do we still have the entity manager? Well, keep dying. So this is a lambda, so that means we need to pass in the entity manager. Yeah. Oh, about an hour. She's trying to fuck my dick in the shower. If I get sour. Oh, the chop. Oh, no problem. Yeah. Yeah. You niggas they thought I could sweep. Oh. Mm. Yeah. I'm still sipping on lean. Caught in what I'm dreaming. I do not need it. Every weekend. When I go to my side. With a bitch she buy. This evening. Pull up in an electric car. Bitch wanna fuck, I'm a superstar. You wanna fuck, I'm a... You wanna feel me in her body? I put that IG in my body. Without gas and count out broccoli. I'm going hard like Will. But I don't know me like Will. I'm gonna pull in and yeah, this. Take our graph view. We remove it from our root and then we add another one. And then we basically add a new graph view and then we initialize it. And we'll say that this is from debugging. So this will be true. And then whenever we exit play mode, we actually want to I got all down here today. It's a static thing, so it has to. Can it call it can't call non-static functions. I'm gonna take it. Hello, take it. I'm like Will. I don't know me like Will. This is where it gets hard. On this Facebook, I'm gonna get hit with that flame. My nigga wanna go rob a bank. If this graph window should be static, bro. It should be static and it should just change out the view. That everything about the graph window should be static. And it should just swap out the view. But that does mean when you open up a new graph window,
it'll like, so say I have simple graph open, I open up another graph. That graph will overwrite the other graph that's open. So that's why it's not good to do that. Okay. You're never gonna serve my. God damn. I'm working on the debugger, trying to get it to focus an instance of a graph so that I could basically monitor how the graph is flowing. Okay, so this is a static function that is opening up this graph. I kind of need this to do this. I kind of need to do this. It's just me and my twin. Yeah, when we exit play mode, it might. It might actually benefit us to just make a new window and then have that window close whenever the play mode opens. Like, it might actually benefit us to do that. Yeah. Two-tone little APs look like we. I was that shot in Cleveland, shot on blue. Be real. Like, literally, it just might be best to just do this function whenever whenever we click on the entity. Popping that boy like pop. Popping that boy like pop. This way we keep everything separate because I'll get stuck right here. Like, there's no way to tell this graph to reinitialize itself from this static function because it's an instance, I think. But maybe I could. But I'm thinking it'll be better to just create a new fucking window. Yeah. Look at that in the wood. Don't give a fuck. So from this custom toolbar, this function, yeah, two-tone your APs and like Weezy. Yeah, I could just call this yeah. Count Ali Honey, I fucked up my thumb. Actually, let's make another static function that takes in a graph. Yeah. But, so this will take in a base graph. A nigga that be the gun and the bitch I need. Fuck all about. I'm taking you. Well, technically, we still be running into the same issue. We be opening up another window, but we be good. We be good actually. If we tell this thing that this is from a debugger. Wait. Okay. Each one of these need to take in whether or not it's from a debugger. I ain't had that. I ain't had shit, little bit. My pockets handling in dust. Put that shit on every day, bitch. It's a must. She ain't putting shit on. He just wanna dress like us. That's why I'm fucking on his hoe. I'm making her cuss. I'm all in that bit though. I'm at the bus. Yeah, oh, these niggas get rest. When Atlanta, well, that AA, that my cut. They ask me why I'm clutching, cause them niggas over that muggy. I'm in on my T little bit. I ain't smiling for nothing. BB's on her body, and I know they was. BB's on her body, yeah, that's my slut. Nigga that won't find the bitch that ain't gon' fuck. And we do need a an instance variable that says whether. So we don't need this shit. We really just need an instance variable on whether or not this is a debugger window. This will be equal to false. Good bitch to die, ain't no way, huh? I'ma keep her in 100 way, cause that's what I keep. Keep it 100. And then whenever we exit play mode, if we're exiting play mode and is debugger, I don't think we can use that because it's not static. God damn it! Why does everything need to be static? I don't feel no man. I just want to feel something. That I have a dog. Cool with a bag of ball. The thing about this is this static to the window or static to the entire class? Like static affects all classes of type, right? You don't know that I have a dog. I'm probably sad love, bro. Okay. So when we exit play mode, if this is a debugger window, we can just say is debugger window equals false because we're about to close this window down and we need to, is there a, can I destroy this graph? Well, I just trying to feel something. It's like it's a lose-lose. Hmm. I had every day, yeah, I wanna cheat. Yeah, for mother like me, yeah, she on her knees. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We, well, everyone does well, yeah. We. Actually, what we could do is say target graph dot name. Let's format this. About to put the bit to sleep. I got no breathing. I gotta be rich. I feel like Brian number 6. Like the end. I did bit of yeah. I did bit of I like yeah. Clitoris. Number damn yeah. I won't see. I fuck her like yeah. She on her knee. Inhale, exhale, yeah. So I can't do this. Can't tell it that it's a debugger window. And I can't use a non-instance variable. So I guess by default right here we can say is debugger window equals false. So to initialize this to false whenever we enter the play mode. And then there's got to be a way to like tear down this window. Maybe like editor utility dot close. All up B. Look at the feel, look at the feel. A billion, I gotta make it a billion. God damn it, man. Damn, I need an instance based way. Put that shit on. I don't know if any of this is possible, bro. This should be We want to destroy the debugger graph. I don't know what time. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm. Peace, shade, and money, but I'm rocking. I keep a pull up in my pocket. Yeah, they always watching. The niggas ain't ugly, they always watch. I really knew he was gonna fall up. I knew he wasn't solid. Yeah, I listened to myself. I passing through the mail. Well, yeah, we don't need this. We probably don't need this either. Well, we do, but I don't know how to make it to where this thing destroys itself. Yeah, right, even if it's slow. We would say all graph window dot open debugger window. Let's just see if this works, and then I'll worry about this other shit later. Yeah, my heart ain't got no hate. Yeah, money. I can't be late. I can't be late. I can't be late. Yeah, so I'm expecting this to open up a new window with the debugger name. That's how I'll know. We'll instantiate the graph. And then we want to make sure that if this target graph is equal to null, return null, initialize graph from debugger. Whoa, I bet that buffer that bad. Upgraded on my new man. Life down living shit fast. Yeah, duck, what the fuck did he stack? Cock bucket bit, get the fuck on my lap. Cut my off, they call me Lil Shaq. She done learn to do like baby rap. I fuck her again, double back. Pass a hoe to the wall, give her back. So if this is not from the debugger, we want to do all of this serialization things. Song big enough to piss. But I ain't gotta use a little stuff on the ball out. Baby gotta look at my walk down. You ain't know for me. Better take his ass out. That's a drill to me. Got a line out. Grind 19. Louis Vuitton pouch. And they let her count. Baby gotta not get psyched. Baby take drop juice in his Sprite. Popeyes by the air Mike Tyson. I still don't know. I got hella hole. So it's a mini Drake, not a micro. He a real shooter with his eye cold, with a blindfold. Yeah, we don't need the window. Bad out. Like that I'm living shit fast. I'm the only real Drac. Yeah, dope. What the fuck did he stack? Ain't coming let shot. You know, I'm just like baby rack. I fuck her again, double back. Put her hole to the wall, give her back. Mm-hmm. Till me God to the pot. What the fuck am I, Rob? Mm-hmm. 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 Sharp. Pull out with flamethrower. Brand new one for the O. I was stuck in the O. Push it on you, bro. I push it on your bro. Walking in love, Luffy roll. Me and Rock on rock and roll. Fast 17, all sun cloud. Fast 17, all sun cloud. So leave me out of nasty, y'all. We heard that about whole show. Back up for the brawl. I'll let y'all know what y'all. What's my display? We're getting a null pointer for the custom toolbar graph window. What is this? Custom toolbar graph. Oh, this is like a actual graph window. Okay. We're getting a null reference when we try to access this entity, and I'm thinking that might be because of the custom toolbar view. Maybe because of the memory being removed. What up with flamethrower? Pilot MVP. Pilot MVP. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so let's go back up. We see what he said. I wonder if the memory for this entity manager is gone. Joe hair. Flex. Hands off. Put the back of the fall. Put the back of the Benz off. What up, my flash out? Walking the function, flash out. Bring that back out. We have to get the entity manager again. Still clutching on my pistol. Let's slide to missile. I'd have been for that hit. Alright, put it right for the tennis. I ain't alright, 2 tennis. That's a couple of athletics. Then they trying to steal the swag. Then they going all bad. I'm forward jack. Yeah, I get jack. Kicking it, a slap. Moving off that flats. Doing this fast. Yeah. Crazy with it. I think the default world is, but I guess that's kind of weird though. I don't know how that's happening, but I guess we'll find out in the debug process here. I'm expecting that the entity manager doesn't lose itself, but I don't have it cached anywhere, so it definitely could lose itself. So let's try to find it again. And then we just want to get here and see this picked entity is entity null. Okay. What about valid entities? Is this still in there? It is. So how did this become picked entity null? Yeah. Sorry, yeah. Oh, white. Hold up. Is you down or what? Is you down or what? Yeah, you don't gotta know. Yeah, my bad. I did blood. New good on copying bullshit. They begging fuss on this shit. I buy a new whip just to push it. I try to back up, bitch. You don't want it. I put a take a fuck on snore. If I show a bitch, she dumb and boring. Yeah. About what they say or not, if they are not so poor. We got hella bleed, so you know it. And you know it. We still scoring. I see you. Last time I see you. We should save the ID. Last time I see you. Last time. Got some racist story, yeah. Got some chicken, pour it up. Is you down or what? Is you down or what? Yeah, you don't gotta know. Cause we fucked it up. Pussy, we be handing out toe tags. Toe tag. On my ass. Yeah, my bad. No. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad.
Oh, we're checking if this is a type item. Oh, that nigga try to get my stats bigger. We got a bit to clap. If it costs a stat, get up. I'm Dolo, cause I'm aiming at your polo. My logo, cause I jump out shit go loco. Call me low, that I am, but now I'm big O. But you spin off. But with the bizzles. You know, bird back in my face. I'm gonna go to the drive. Oh, it's sick. Retard. Yeah, that's up. Black drop. Let's talk. Okay, so this is the clone. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Nigga, trying to get my stats bigger. We gotta remember to clap. FN cost a stat. I'm Dolo, cause I'm aiming at your polo. Them in my logo, cause I jump out shit go loco. Call me bitter and bitch, now I'm big O. Out them benzos. But yeah, that's insane. Right. Okay, one other bug that I saw is whenever we click that button again, we add the same entity. So basically what needs to happen here when we click something, we need to empty this list. Well, what is it? Valid entities dot clear. So clear that and then populate it again. Okay, from there, pretty much the thing that we need to do is we need to tell this instance, this graph instance. Yeah, we need to tell this thing that is in debug mode.
And this is a variable that only needs to be in the editor. Yeah, from realistically from there, we just gonna be trying to call like functions inside of like graph view. I feel like I need to have some actions in here. We could have like some public editor only actions on, let's say, on node started, public on node stopped, public action on edge pulled, action on edge pushed. And we'll just do these for now. We'll start with the start. We'll start with the started, and then we'll build from there. So we'll open this, initialize this graph, and this is our graph view. Actually, we need to go to the graph view and tell this graph view, because this is what is actually controlling. Yeah, when we initialize this graph view, which we need to say that is from debugger. Bingo for the low new product. All that shit I'm balling. Before post calling. Let's make a function say bind to graph events. Can't call my cup, I miss that link. Bitch a diva. Come on, man. What the f? You keep talking about. Hello, got you. Mel SYZ. Mel SYZ. Then we want to, let's just bind, say graph dot on. We want to say on node started. And this actually needs to pass us the node. What's up? All right, essentially I need to take this node and convert it to an element and then call that code right here. Call this code that says target.select and try to get that. But I don't know how to get the view from this node. Maybe I could get the nodes from here. The node views is a list. And I guess I could iterate over this list. Say for each of these node views. Right. Yeah. So in the graph view, for each of these node views, if the view dot node target is equal to this instigator, well, we can check if it's not equal. If that's the case, we'll continue. Else, we want to say view dot select visual element container. B is additive, so it's casting. Why would I need to say selection container here? It was like first. Oh, so you got to get the first ancestor of type. Pass that to a visual element, and then say false because we don't want it to be additive. We want it to happen for each node that starts. Well, we could make it additive, to be honest with you, so that you can see how many nodes have executed. And then maybe I'll put a to do in here. All right, I'll figure out how to do that. So I guess we could see if this happens. Well, it won't happen yet because we actually need to go to the node. We actually need to go to the node itself. We actually need to go to all the nodes. Well, we can just go to node base node. And we can go to on process start. So if our graph not equal to null and our graph is in debug mode, then you know what? We're actually instantiating a copy of the copy, which is wrong. We want the copy itself. We don't want to instantiate it. We just want to say temp graph equals this graph. This way it's not a duplicate, it's the actual graph. Let's comment this out because I don't want anything to break that I haven't done myself, like linking to the scene. I haven't done anything like that. So if this graph is not equal to null and the graph is in debug mode, we also only want to do this if we are the editor. Then we will tell our graph on node started invoke, and we'll pass it this node as an instigator. And then we can also probably execute the input. So in all nodes, when they trigger their output, all nodes when they trigger their output, some nodes don't trigger their output. So what we could do is if this is a pure node, we can come in here and do this. We can say on node stopped. Do that. And then in the trigger output, this node here, or in this function, where the editor will say on node stopped. And we'll want to call this before. We'll want to call this before, because even if this node is invalid, we're still stopping this node. And then essentially what that should do is it should like select the node in the clone graph. I'll try to have it hover and see. Holy shit, what the fuck? Oh, wait, was I fucking, I was coding that whole time too. That's what's crazy. I was coding that whole time while I had the editor stopped. Yeah, that's probably my bad right there. Uh-oh. It's possible that we have a memory leak. Entity manager, initialize, world unmanaged, create. What the fuck is happening? All right. Let me see if I can stop the world from running, maybe. Shit, we got a whole lot of problems here. I think it's because I was like coding at the same time there. Uh-oh. Couldn't load file or the assembly. I think I might have fucked up, dude. Let's I think I might have like screwed something up. I need the probably gotta restart the editor. I don't think the DLL loaded or something else went wrong. I'm almost done with this though. At least the simple stuff. I want to add like a heat map. I also want to add like an additive, a profile marker so that you can like keep up with it in a profiler. Another thing I want to add is like an extra. I don't know if you guys ever use like control rig, but in control rig when you turn on debug mode, the control rig is like lighting up with all of the I would say like the active nodes and like how long they take, stuff like that. Really good. Okay, is this about to break? Or is that just doing that because of that? All right, come on, give me my graph back. There. I'm actually pause this and then let's get this target entity, open up this graph, then just split it off, put it over here. And let's see if this mother lights up, you know what I'm saying? So go back to the game, resume, and if I click, it doesn't look like anything was happening. Now, I want to know if I do this and then I exit, does this show up as selected over here? Or maybe it is selected, it's just not lighting up. Red eye, red eye, red eye. Okay, so the next thing to do is potential that that is that was what was causing the problem right there. Because when you think about it, I just I just destroyed an instance of an entity, or well, that might actually not be too bad because we're holding that in memory in this graph view, and until we, I would say until we, yeah, until we close that window, that instance should be in memory. Now, the ramifications of that is kind of odd, and I can see here that we don't actually we don't get out of this. Well, that's fine though. I don't mind it being there. Like, honestly. So we can just default those to be true, or just default those to be on, because what we could do is make sure that the application is running here. Only doing this in the editor when the editor's playing, so that we don't try to pop this thing open. One thing I could do is like whenever this button is clicked, actually, what I'm gonna do is, okay, where is this at? When this world filter is clicked, I want to switch on the world filter, and if it's server, we want to set it to client. If it's client, we want to set it to editor. And if it's editor, we want to set it to server. And I also want to edit this button. Yeah, I think we could just do. I think we could just say button. Hold on. What is this thing called? World filter button. Dot content equals new GUI content, and I'm just gonna give it. Or actually, we want to say client here. And then also when we add this button, um, let's just add a regular button. Okay. Another thing I want to make sure is that this node is actually calling this. Matter of fact, I just want to go to invoking this. So anything that's listening to it should be also feel like I could probably not even open up a new window. When I think about it, we can just uh when we select the entity, we can just uh well, technically it would be hard because that graph is not it's not the one that we're running. So when we're talking to the graph view and all these pointers, it's not actually the graph that we're running. So one thing I do want to see is if I just mess around with this, can I select it? Like if I'm, because I think it is working, but yeah, see, it's selecting. It's just maybe I just couldn't see it. But okay, let's start that again. Uh-oh, forgot we don't have the toggle. So toolbar, target. Ain't it funny? Ha ha, this whole time you down. And effing bullets go through those. Actually, what I think what I could do is I can get the graph view This is not a static, so I can get the graph view dot graph is in debug mode. Like if this is already in debug mode, we do need to set these to be invisible. But maybe I won't make them static in that sense. Well, they will be instance. Just so that the editor window doesn't have these buttons on it, or the debug window doesn't have these buttons on it. We'll get rid of this function. All right, let's see what we got, man. Do some debugging, see where things are breaking. It feels like it should be working, but it's not. Ain't everybody that's also means hope that I get the message. The world filter is client, target entity. Boom. We don't have these here, so this is the guy. And if we go into the game and fire, I don't actually see. I'm missing. Maybe I have debug. Yeah. Yeah, we're still not firing anything there. Okay. So. Drake goes in 100 rounds. What did I get the message? So that is this graph. I guess we can take a look and see. We're saying temp graph is equal to target graph. We're telling that graph that is in debug mode. Then we're initializing the graph from the debugger. I'm pretty sure this is going how it's supposed to right here. Maybe this is not getting set on the client. I'll be able to look at it, I think. Yeah, let's see what happens. What the fuck? That function didn't run. Am I tripping? Or maybe I got debug turned off. And that might not be good. I might have just destroyed the entity right there. I didn't. What is happening? Yeah, so closing that window could be a problem. Well, let me clear this. Resume. Yeah, it is a problem. This destroys the whatchamacallit. It destroys the entity. So we'll do it on destroy. When this is destroyed, we'll dispose of the graph view, and if the application is not playing, like if hold on. So if the application is playing and the temp graph, if this is in debug mode, well, if the application is not playing, or this is not the graph that is a debug mode graph, do this. But let's take a look at, I think I had breakpoints turned off, or I don't think I did. I don't think this function ran. Where's this getting called from? Find usages. That's the only way that that window opens, bro. If that function gets called, so gotta be some kind of communication happening here. Boom, bro. We're literally not getting a breakpoint. We're not getting any break. Oh, we're not attached. I was like, what the fuck is happening? All right, let me attach. That is not slow. If them bullets go through though. Boom. Okay, this is when we select the item. Then we do this. Then we get the reference. I got too much money now. Ain't it funny? This will tie me down. Should go in here. And we set this target, this guy to this target graph. So now this guy is this guy. And then we set is in debug mode to true, which is true. Hide flags, hide and don't save. So what does this mean? This hide flags. So none. A normal visible object. This is the default. The object will not appear in the hierarchy. It is not possible to view it in the inspector. The object will not be saved to the scene in the editor. The object is not editable. I think hide and don't save is the object is not shown in the hierarchy, not saved in the scene, and not unloaded by resources. It says not editable. So I think I would want to hide in the hierarchy and don't save, but still make it editable. Because that's the reason I can't see. But maybe that doesn't have anything to do with it. So are these nodes not our nodes then? Yeah, base node. Do I have a breakpoint here? So yeah, this graph is not in debug mode. How? I think that's due to the value changing since it's a Since it's a ghost, the value. Wait, that no, because this is instance data. Why is this null? On node started is null. Does that mean nothing is bound to it? Now, let me do a little test. Let's just send it. So let's not worry if we are in debug mode. And I have fucking 3 of these open. Oh shit. Oh shit. Where's this at? So how's this? No. All right, let me look up actions because
In this video, we're going to learn how C# delegates work and how they're used. We're going to see how they help us write more modules. Now, when it comes to creating a delegate function and assigning it, we have several ways to do it. One of the ways is how we did it just like here. So we just assign it to a function that... First, let's look at an example that shows how delegates really help keep your code clean and easier to use, and then we're going to see how delegates help us write more modular code. Okay, so for example, over here I have a simple timer class. It is made to count down the number of seconds so I can trigger some action after some time. You can see it has a function in order to set the timer. Then on update, it counts down the seconds. Now, when it comes to creating a delegate function and assigning it, we have several ways to do it. One of the ways is how we did it just like here. So we just assign it to a function that we define that matches the signature. Now, what this is actually doing in the background. So by doing this, here's another way. And we create our parameters that match the delegate parameters. So in this case, we have nothing, and then we have our function body. First, let's look at an example that shows how delegates really help keep your code. It is made to count down the number of seconds so I can trigger some action after it is complete. Then the same script is simply attached to an empty object. Then we have the object that has an ActionScript we've been using. And now let's say that we want something to happen, a field for our action on time. And now here is help out. To add and then later remove a function from delegate, then it's better to make it an actual proper function instead of using an another method. Now for the built-in delegates, there are 2 extremely useful ones. They are both inside systems, so make sure you go up and add using systems. Now the first one that you have is action, so you find it using action type. Here's our action, and as you can see, it is a delegate that returns void empty, no parameters. So the action, there you go, action type. It takes any number of different parameters and returns void. Now if you want to have a return value, you have the other very useful built-in type, which is the func. This one by default has a generic, and the generic ID always wrong. Here we have a delegate. So here's our func delegate. And again, here you have tons of options for any parameter types and amounts that you want. So you can define a func. The last one is only some result. So let's say we want to return boolean, but then let's say we want to receive an integer. So just in here we have pretty much the exact same definition that we did up here. So it returns a boolean and it. So just like that. All right, so here we look upon how delegates can work.
It doesn't look different from what I'm doing. I'm just binding to it somewhere else.
So this is null. This action is null. What is that? Am I tripping? Is this moving? I'm trying to think of another solution where this will work and it won't like give me issues. The only other thing I can think about is just constantly subscribing to how was I doing that? It just feels odd that that's not working. Let me see though. There's something I could, whoops. Try a test. What happens if let's open up multiple of these? Does it just open up the same graph? See, yeah, this thing points to this graph. So let me think. Maybe there's something happening. Maybe there's something happening in the initialize. I know I saw something. I don't know what I just did. There was something in there. I just saw something in the initialize graph view or something like that. So this checks if this graph is not equal to null. There's also another function like this somewhere. We check if this graph is not equal to null and this graph is not equal to this graph. This graph is not equal to this graph. I wonder if this might be blocking us. So let's see if that's actually getting in the way there. Simple graph here. We open that. Initialize graph. This should be true. So we never unload the graph. This graph is null. Okay. We set, and this is the graph window. We set this to this graph. And what graph window is this? Graph view not equal to null, we remove it. We initialize the window, which doesn't really do anything. Yeah, this doesn't really do anything. It just changes the title and then initialize all of this data. So I don't know how we're not. I guess what we could check is if this value is still true. Enable. I'm looking for is in debug mode. So is in debug mode is still true. And this is the clone. Now I wonder where this clone is from. Because we are only returning one entity. But we could be getting, one thing that could be going wrong is that we could be getting a prefab. So, let me mess with my entity query, because in the client world, I mean, we should only have 2 entities, and the fact that we're not getting both of them is kind of weird because they do meet the same standard. Like they do meet the query criteria. But no, it's the client world. The client doesn't have, hold on, let me double check. If I go to the client world and look for this guy, this should be 570-3. Yeah, so this is it right here. We're not getting this one. We're getting this guy right here, whose graph is just a copy of this graph right here. And I'm initializing this guy. Okay, so I guess let me, I don't know, man. I don't know why that's not working. Like that feels like it should work. But let me do hide in hierarchy, hide an inspector, don't save. So those are the flags. And maybe this will do something different. I don't know. The other idea I had was to just send the signal. Send the signal and pretty much just have actually, where do I initialize the, is that in the graph view? So let me take a look at the initialize function here. We deserialize the graph, remove everything, then initialize it, and then reload it, update compute order. Oh my God, I'm an idiot. I said if it's not from the debugger, bind to the events, else we need to bind to these graph events. Oh my God. Okay. So that was the one thing though, is that the local graph was saying that it wasn't in debug mode. So I don't know what that's about. But let's just see what we got. Maybe this will work. Maybe not. Oh shit. Yeah, that is, what is that, bro? Initialize some type manager, VFX UI. Like, why is that? Graph mode, ActionScript dot editor. Disassembly can cause. It says unload and broken assembly. It says disassembly can cause crashes in the runtime. So my editor assembly just got unloaded for some reason. I guess because I'm debugging it. So I gotta restart the editor. Oh, let's see if I got fucking memory leak real quick. We'll be able to tell if my hard drive doesn't have any storage on it. I think we do though. Let me look at WizTree. I'm pretty sure I got a memory leak here. Red eye, red eye. Oh, yeah, I'll go. Okay, this is like how Joe. Everyone that I saw, I don't really go to door. Close this. Uh-oh. All right. Open this. Start as admin. Ain't it funny? Ha ha. Just don't tell me no. Page file is back to 8 gigabytes. I guess that's natural. That donate thing is moving, ain't it? They like, donate. Donate now. Hey, yeah, I heard this song a long time. Hey, I could just hold that pussy like a loop Shadell. Every time turn this way up on the scale. Thought I like Odell. I'm always get roly poly, minds up on the shelf. We got that hotel, we smoking gas. Who else? But it belt feel like a wrestler, yeah. What you seen that nigga do? Then our life is probably rude. We can leave America and we can make a move. Every single diamond on me dancing like a movie. Like a tooth. Abracadabra touch pushing me the tooth. And some of the guy now I gotta clean it up. Keeping the time, some of the line now I gotta put it protect. If you buy you ride up, you buy you ride, and then they go off with your head. Another rewards, a hundred and ride, so you. Showing our hands. My little wife will never be single again. Hey! Big King Killer. King Godzilla. Fucker every week. Still ain't see me marshmallow. King Tuck Cuba. Black truck pull up on me just like Uber. Alright, we're still running into that. Hey, my little shawty hit a lick at the. Oh, yay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, shit can go. I want to hit it on one center field. Chicago. Let's play. Well, oh, God. Yeah. That pussy jumped on. If you tell me what you paying for. And she cockers on the remote car. Bitch, I'm pale. I got a bloody flying out of Israel. WCL. Hey, I could. Hey, lay on up on the scale. Every night I caught her like Odell. All my hoes get roly poly, minds up on the shelf. I got the rest in the place. Man, what's out of there? She would look at it. Baby, taking the shot at the rough. You don't think I'll try? Living your demo step. I ride like the army, we tripping, calling calm. My hoe want a Percocet. She called me one, you know what I mean? Okay, the only other option I can think about is we just use this graph and then we use this as a way to filter who we listening to the events from. Okay, okay. Slime ball. And she still ain't seen my ass. I don't know the vibe, so I introduced the ice. Killer with me. Yeah, the only other thing I can think of is instead of opening up a new window, we just tell this. Yeah, we don't even do this. Get up and take her. She wanna get up and take her. Well, yeah, even though we were doing not from the debugger, we still weren't bonding to those events in the graph view. So I don't know. Yeah, we weren't calling these. Hey, yo, Howard. Smoking, chilling in the devil's den. Bad bitch, say my dick I ever seen. Naughty you. So, da, 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 Mayo Howard. Bad bitch, say I think I really seen. Just put your wing because you haven't seen. I could bind to the events, but that's the thing. If I create a instance and I don't think that the events could get bound, and I can't call editor code from the runtime side because I would have a circular dependency on the editor. The editor would depend on the runtime. Excuse me. And the runtime would then depend on the editor, which is just not good. Damn. I don't know if this is possible. You would think with a whole new window that you could pretty much do whatever you wanted as long as that window is linked to the right thing. And in my mind, it is, but it's not. And then whenever I debug this, there's some sort of memory leak. I do want to see what this looks like though, so we will risk it. Huh? Are we not attached? We're not attached. Smoking, chilling in the devil's den. Bad bitch, say my haven't seen. This is special wing cause you haven't. So maybe I could have. Maybe I would need a debug system that is an editor only system. What's up, man? No new. Maybe I could have like an editor only system that runs in the editor, or a system that runs on the client and server, but only is created if you're in the editor. That system would, it's almost like I would have to create an editor start, an editor tick, and an editor end. Because I need to somehow tell my graph, right, this graph right here, I need to somehow tell this thing that certain nodes are activating and certain nodes are deactivating and certain wires are pulling or pushing data. So how to do that when this is a static class? No worries, man. Right now I'm trying to make a debugger for my graph where I could see which nodes are activating, which one of these wires are being pushed, or like which one of these wires have data pushed through them or are triggering. A way I could do it is I could get the that wouldn't work. I would need to store the I know how I could do it. So the method would be to keep a reference to the actual graph, like the because this is not a clone. This is the actual thing in memory. So if I'm in editor, every ActionScript entity will have a debugger component that holds the actual graph, like the real version of the graph, not the clone instance. And then whenever you iterate over whenever you do the start, the trigger, and all of that stuff, you would run how would I check if it's not an instance? This idea will work. I think this idea will work. It's just I don't know how to make this work with it, because this graph view is based on a clone. It's instantiating a clone of our thing. And thanks, man. It's instantiating a clone, and then this is like an editable clone that gets saved to the core asset. And that's why I thought making another window that has not necessarily our clone, but it's using it's not a new clone, it's the clone that we've already made that's in the editor already. But maybe that's what that scene linking shit is for. Because if I go to the processor, there's one of these processors that I know, processor view. Like when the node was running, it was doing something where it was like lighting up the node. Hmm. I can't think of a way to solve this. Mainly because my thought is that creating a new window that's a debugger window with the version of the entity that we're actually trying to monitor. I mean, another thing I could do is just make a whole custom window and then just have a system that is updating some component that window is looking for. But I would still need to know about the graph itself. I need to know about the graph, the entity, and then from that entity, I'd probably have to get. Oh, it's that easy. Okay. The entity knows if a graph is enabled, so on and so forth. So whenever I create this window, and I really don't even need to. I really don't even need to create a new window. I just need to cache the entity, and I need to cache the. I would need some kind of data component that gets updated when a node starts, like a buffer, and then basically, um, there's no way for me to signal this graph window, but maybe I could parse. So let's look for this update on inspector update. Let's see how often this happens. Let's see if this even happens in runtime. So debug.log. This is gonna make the game run slow. But if this happens in runtime, then all we have to do is cache the selected entity and get data from that entity and use that to trigger stuff in our node view. Yeah, so this is happening right now. Let's collapse this. And then let's see if I play. Okay, so the inspector does not update during play. I think this window has to be in focus. Okay, maybe if I put the window in focus, it'll do it. So simple graph. Okay, now it starts updating. Okay. So if this window is here. Okay, we got something. That can work. So on update, basically what we can do is check for a valid entity and get the buffer stored on them. Which should have info about the node and should have info about the node and its start or end status. So basically we'd have a buffer of realistically, we should just have an active node. We should have an active node. Don't want to do a buffer. Active node data, which should hold the node ID and the should hold the node ID and what else? I need something else. Oh, whether it's active or not. Well, realistically, we could just once a node is active, we can just send it to this active node data. Yeah. Okay. We should be good. And then we could use that node ID and just pass that information to the graph view, to the graph view. Do we pass that to the graph view, or do we pass that to? Does this thing even know about the graph view? Okay. So we'll get back to this here. We'll do that regularly because we're not going to do this code anymore. Except what we're going to do is we're going to store an entity. We actually don't need this either now. We're going to store a entity on this guy, and this is our focused entity. Focus entity. We'll just make this public. I don't give a damn. And then in our custom toolbar view, instead of doing this or any of this, all we want to do is get this entity that we selected and say graph view. Oh shit, this has access to the graph view. So I don't even need to do this here. I could just do it in the graph view. Just have that in here. And then maybe from, does this graph view have an update function? It doesn't. Okay. So on update, we'll have a public void on update. So our graph view will just get called graph view on update. We'll just call that there. And then in here, if this entity is valid, we'll do some stuff in here. Our custom toolbar, we'll just say graph view dot focus entity is equal to this picked type. And then what we could do is we also need to know about the world. So this graph view, let's just let it take in the world filter. Fuck. Okay, never mind. What we'll do instead is just keep a public version of this. And then here we'll set this, and we'll set the world filter. well. And then that way on update, we could do this entity query or get this entity's that's ass. Doing this every frame is kind of expensive, I would say. See manager and I wonder if we could just cache this. No, but we need to. This needs to be updated every frame, pretty much. But we could cache the active node. We could, because basically it's an ID, which is a use short. So this is the node active node ID. And we'll just do the node right now because I got to figure out how to do the whatchamacallit. So every frame this updates, we'll say entity manager dot get component data, and we want the editor or ActionScript node debugger state. And we want to get it from our focused entity. And then we'll just take this guy and go to our components, runtime, manager, ECS. And we don't even want to create this component unless it is a public unless we're in the editor. Our component data, public use short, node ID. And for now, this will be all I need. And then we can go to the ActionScript entity authoring. And we could add, you know what, I'm gonna actually bring this over here so that I don't have to manage it in two places because it's the only place where it matters. Yeah. Actually, yeah, I do want to default this to the max. Realistically, no node should be bigger than. I don't think any graph will have more than 256 nodes, but it's best to let it go past 255. So yeah, in the editor, we'll add this component when we're baking this. Then in the actual execution of the base node on process start, basically we don't even need to, we don't need to do any of this stuff. We can pretty much get rid of this because it doesn't work. No reason to have it. We don't even need this anymore. But yeah, just get rid of this. And we are basically saying mutable state dot set or entity manager dot set component data. And we want to set this on our script owner script. And then we want to say new ActionScript node debugger state, and we want to just say that the node ID is equal to get node ID, like that. So this will just update some simple data that on tick inside of our graph view. Where's our graph view? Our base graph view. So yeah, when this thing is in focus, it'll get our focus entity. It'll go ahead and try to find the world that that entity is in based on the world filter, and then get the component data from that entity to see which node is active. And then with this thing, with this node being active, we just want to, we can basically iterate over all of the, basically we could just iterate over all of the nodes, the node views. So for each view, we can kind of go down to this code that has the error because, whoops, what is this function right here? Yeah, we don't even need this. We can just call this function. So if we don't need to do this because we're looking for the node target dot get node ID and comparing it to this active node ID. And then we can pretty much call this on tick. We will just call this on node started. Maybe this will do what I want it to do. And this will do it for our active view, which means that we don't need to do this ever again, really. Oh, we don't need to open up a new view because all this will do is just set our target entity. Another thing we need to do is whenever we change the world filter, we need to tell our graph view to just let's just tell it to reset debugger data or info. Well, we could just reset it. It doesn't really matter if we give it the world because once we select a new entity, we'll update this graph view whenever you click a new target entity. So you can swap in between entities. So we'll make this function, and all this is going to do is just This is just going to say entity or focus entity equals entity.null, and then world filter. That doesn't really matter. I shouldn't have to reset the world filter. We just need to clear this because most of the logic is based on whether or not we have a focus entity. So with that, we should actually see this thing work, man. To be honest with you, it should be that. I should have thought of this way beforehand because this is a lot simpler. We just add the data to the entity, and then on tick we just here. I'm gonna actually remove this function. On tick we just update that little piece of data. Okay. So yeah. This is not ticking anymore. Oh well, I don't have that that log, so let's play. You know what? We might have fucked up here. But the graph view does not initialize this entity as no. I think it is defaulted to null, but just to make sure that it is. Just default those things to something. But I got too much money now. Ain't it funny? Ha ha. This will tie me down. So I'm gonna keep it right there. Hopefully we can see. I'll just go I'll zoom in, and if we can see these light up, then that should be okay. So let's play. And then we need to go over here, change the target entity to this. And hopefully when we start, did anything happen? I don't think anything happened there. I don't think so. Let's see if this is even ticking, maybe. You know what? It's probably because my mouse is focused over here. So should I have a entity does not exist? Okay, we need to bind to. Fuck, man. Well, I guess it could be static. Like these could be static because we're not making an instance of this window. We're using the one that we want, but it just feels bad to have this as static because it'll end up changing this for every entity. And it just does not feel like oh, you know what I could do? I could say if the application that is planned, if that's false, I could set the focus entity equal to entity.null. So this updates outside of the editor. So the only thing I can think is that let's put a debug log in here. The only thing I can think is that something's just not going the way I want it to. Like maybe I can't actually mess with this graph. Well, let's see. So we'll go and we'll select this guy. So our entity is being updated. We shoot. I just don't see anything lighting up. Maybe the selection is just so dim. I don't think that's the case though. Let me attach, man, because I feel like we are that close. So I'll be willing to deal with a crash. So we start updating, and then we fire. Now, how's that happening? How is that happening? Our node target get node ID, is that not equal to, is that never happening? Okay, let's, so we'll say target node, and then we'll say view dot node target dot name, and then we'll say target node is this guy. Is the editor running? I feel so slow. We'll say target node ID equals view node target dot get node ID. Okay. And then let's say active node ID. Because this is a life I chose. Nobody is my soul. It's simple to go through those. I can find now. I can take my money now. Ain't it funny? It's all time now. Wait. Do I need to call this dot select? No. Okay. So the base node view has a select. This doesn't have a select function. I mean, because that's pretty much what add selection does, is it does this. Well, what select does is clear the selection if it's not additive. And this does this for a graph element. So maybe I should just say add to selection and give it this. Oh, Jesus. Or maybe it doesn't even find this thing. I might be doing this wrong. Like I might be doing this part wrong. Because we might actually be hitting this. I might actually continue here. And then if we get here, I want to see a log. I don't want to see a log every time. So yeah, I think the visual element that we need to select is our title container. Do we have that? View that title. I think that's what I need to do is select the title container. Cause I got too much money now. They can't find out X. I said, but oh, I still. Any nigga can't find out, but I just got it all still. I just spent this whole deal on some codeine. That bitch kept my mouth closed, so I flew her out again. Why that bitch too tall? Yeah, that is your house and kids. Niggas don't get high as this. You know that. He get up his residence. I'm like tall like the president. He said, why me do my mother did? This was me, I got the new tech. They want my babies and they ain't even made it yet. That's all off. Put that all Percy fucking all night. My love, let it how she in the fashion. You better start that fragging. They spit out like a fraction. Maybe we never get a valid active node ID. Show me on FaceTime that little nigga just show me some red. Go to call me on FaceTime that little nigga just show me a tick. It's alright. Feel like that's how I might be in that right. You know what? I might not actually implemented the node ID. Might be in the deal with y'all nigga being her back end. Feel like no cop nigga, we just got the back end. No, we ain't no used to when no Rex in. Yeah, I don't think I ever implemented this. These niggas too fake. These niggas they be acting. Or let's take a look at the actual base node and see what we're getting here. Whenever we are on process start. Hey, that's on a motherfucker plane. Dog. Stacking them racks up tall. I'm not gonna be able to play video games today until later. Go to the moon. Yeah. Yeah. I'm like a big bowl. Yeah. 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 Node ID is 0. So how are we getting? I can't go. It's like, oh no, I need to go on a plane. Bust out a motherfucking plane. Cat rat dog. That's up tall. Yeah. Big body. Can't even walk. We should never stop. Do it a lot. I want on my spot. Back. Wide body. Yeah. Buzz out on my fucking plane. You be cat rat dog. Jumping over racks out tall. Jumping the wide body. I can't even walk. This should never stop. Okay, this is not the fucking it's not the prefab. This should be the real one. Yeah. So this value is this because the default value of this thing is the max value, I think. Okay. Okay, now I want to see base node update. I'm gonna bid. My bid. It might be that this thing is like happening so fast. Another 3. What it bounce. What it is. You don't talk to me. You on the sideline. You is not my. You their little cook. You is not my. Their little bitch. You is not my. I had a whole lot of motherfucking money and it's my own mind. Yeah. It's all right time. It's gone. I like the ones. Yeah, I like the ones. Let go. Go. You do what I say. You do what I say. You do what I say. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. You hop off his head. We chop. Yeah. Slam. Would I never crash out? See, there's a difference between you and me. You would pass out. Okay, another solution is to create a system that is reading that entity and then just passing the data directly to this graph view from the editor module. I busted the zipper. About to bust into my zipper. Yeah, she long. Open. Oh. So I'll make a I system. This is the ActionScript debugger system. Mountain. Drowning. Aha. It's a bit bad like a cigar. My piece big. I'm going crazy. It's on the 1. I like the 2. I like the 3. So the shit one of us. What it is. You're taller than me. You understand lie. You and I my. You a dirty little cunt. You and I my. You a dirty little bitch. You is not my. I made a whole lot of motherfucking money. It's all mine. That is right time. I should have got. All right, so in this case, all we're gonna do is do this. So if we focusing on the entity, we will then update this on node started. We chop off his head And then in our system, what we need to start, and this should only get compiled into the systems, this should only get compiled into the editor build. It shouldn't get compiled into the final build, so I shouldn't have to do anything special here. I should literally only have to look for, I should basically have to just look for system API dot query, and we're looking for, let's just say, actually, let's just build a query up here. So we're looking for ActionScript tag. We're looking for that entity with this tag. And then let's say with none. And we're looking for none with let me think here. Prefab. This system needs to run in the presentation group. It needs to update like every frame so that nothing's missing. Yeah. Finish shit, that's where you gonna lay. That all the way gonna die today. Follow me on a fade away, fade away. Follow me, I'm leaning away, leaning away. Let them go, hey baby. Anime, make they blue, all in the safe. I keep it cool, cause I'm safe. End it shit up in the day. Broke hoes make me sick. I'm tired of love, I done put my heart up in this bit in my head. Now I'm a young boy walking with a dent. I'm gonna walking with a limp. Now she walking with a simp. I'm a big blood, but I'm screaming RP to Nick. Contains managed types. What? Am I? What's a managed? What's managed? Been going. Oh, now they sleeping on the floor. I know her knees hurt. I done had a few stains in my finger. Talk 'em into shit and make 'em seizure. Plotting on a bit and make 'em bring up. 5, 6, 2, 3. I'm in a bar car, baby, because feet. And we don't need to know about you and me. I want to be blowing up like TNT. Don't even call my phone no more. TNT. I'm about to rob the bank. I'm trying to rob the bank. See the parking bitch and bitch, I'm jane everything them trees. You the woods and the woods follow me. Actor. We should go to Southern. It don't even matter. Like a dice bitch, like a weed whacker. That's a mean flapper. She was talking about that's a lean backer. Beat that pussy down like a linebacker. Run it off. I run this shit. Oh, I run this shit. Oh, I run this shit. I run this shit. Oh, yeah. Actually, I don't even need to call that on update is happening based on. We just need to call that manually. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We just need to call this manually, passing in the entity. So this can't be burst compiled either. Basically, what we're going to do is iterate over this entity query to entity array. You know what? It might actually be better for me to do, yeah, I'll do this a little bit better. Because I would have to search again for something else. You and man, I know it suck because he wanna be like us. Yeah, that's what I love about your And my new host, she want Prada. I ain't no role model. Got a coding problem. Every other day I'm switching homes. Ooh. He went out. Man, I know they suck, cause he wanna be like us. Run that double R truck, yeah. Get all open editor windows. Filter for grab view editor window. I wanna make that thing. I wanna cash on me. Cash on me. Cash on me. And my new host, she on Prada. I ain't no role model, yeah. Got a coding problem. Every other day I'm switching hoes. You know that I got options. You the type of nigga fall out, choke bros by hoes, yeah, that's your problem. Wow, I did pull up in a lot. Oh, let's drive home. Yeah, let's go. Everybody, whoa. Go back. That's not at all. Yeah. Hey, your face is try to play. Yeah, what a vibe. Yo, touch it with a flex. Plus up just a flex. Yeah, plus up just a flex. You know what I could do? I could actually compare. We can do the inverse compare. See how last go. Alright, let's hit it, bud. Yeah, bud. Okay, so we can say my only other thought is that this thing is only updating at 10 frames a second. So it's really slow, and our graph executes way faster than that. So in here we would say, basically we want to know if our script entity is not equal to focus entity, then we'll want to continue. Else, we want to go ahead and say node state dot value ro dot node id, and maybe we'll get something in. Yeah, with Cody and that's on my to me. I just fucked that hoe that shit one night. And yeah, I just feel like fire so one night. But they still on me. Yeah, if I can shoot this way, just know you shoot back. That nigga I blew that. I'm gonna go cover. I seen Cody wash away all my sins. Fuck these right niggas, boy, coming on twin. Fuck it, this. I go, yeah. Fuck is it? This shit know me. What did you find? Outside. Oh, time. What the fuck is happening here? Hold on. Let me just look at the editor graph behavior editor. I don't see this changing here. What did you find? Here we go. Give me your mind. I see is though dollar signs. Is it all? I don't know why that was glitching like that. Does that make sense? Yeah, alright. You're fine. That's the scene. All thumbs on the scene. Rock thumbs on me. Since it's not like a rock. I like it wild Hakeem. Either way it goes, I'm running at the store. You know another lean. Might as well go for it. You're talking another nigga jeans. Might as well go blow it. Working out like nicotine. And the time on party. I'm sitting out, drugged it. They put his door, no foreman. Think it got me going. Like a long. It's already been done. Tears filling up a pond. Like a snoring. To soul. I found the stars for ocean. I put the cars stolen. I got the cars that couldn't. I got the Dodgers. I got the one with it. Yeah. Pink that now, nigga. Or the pink love. Nigga came from the deep end. You will never know what I was in. What times again and what we still get in. I was serving crack when Snoop dropped this in gin. And the one was shot with a million in the den. Both them was on the team. Both them was gonna lose. I took out jazz like a rocket. I like the wine high king. Either way it goes, we're buying that store. Mm-mm-mm. Right button on the nicotine. Might as well go on board. Like nicotine. I was saying I absorb the adore no foreman. Like I said, got me going. Simulation system. This needs to update last, I think. You say I think about it. You ain't Thomas knows. We got no trip. All out on the miss. A real nigga still click. I'm sorry, get. It's hard not to get offended. Oh, you should looking at your credit card. Like what all for me. Bugatti for you. Falling out the screen. Wrong. Either way it goes, we buying out the store or we ain't never running out of link. Might as well go pour it. Right, busting on the jeans. Might as well go blow it. Walking out like nicotine. Like I said, it's got me going. OG coughing up a lung. Mm. But took out just like a rock. About the wild king. Either way it goes, buying out the store or we ain't never running out of late. Might as well go on board. That. Mm. What? Oh shit. Ah, 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 love us. Do I want to back well in the back end? What the fuck just happened? No business. I got lots of business. Why y'all in my feelings? That's not season salt. Make I feel chicken. Smoking all night, you can hear it. You wanna come and see what? Okay, our debugger system is running. It's slow as a motherfucker. No. Right back down, my nigga. I move back down. Up on a in a phantom. Listen, name. Gary Payne. Okay, so we don't have anything selected. Now we do. I don't do what I want. I might crash. I'm back. On the back end. I'm proud to let dog up and on my head. Okay, that don't make sense. You know where the bitches? Why y'all got bitches? You say about my bitch, which one? Why y'all like the bitches? You already know what you signed up for. Why y'all bring your feeling? Stepping on that teacher sweats, been caught feeling chicken. Walking on life in here. What they gonna be against our beard? Stop beard. Stop beard. Okay, so the only thing I can think about is fuck, man. I don't know why this isn't working. Let's see. Maybe we're not finding anything. Let's see. Original big candy. Then I say my feet up. Gotta re up. I gotta re up. Way too geeked up though. You too turned in like a roll. Out of pressure, he gon' fall. Then the nigga tall. Yeah, this shit right on my lap. You niggas be funny, you niggas. Get you somebody go figure it out. Baby, it's a flip flop. Yeah. So no I sell. You need my help. Let's work with it. Get some money. You know, man. You need it real. And cry one more feel. And cry one more feel. Now this shit go, nigga, no seal, nigga, no deal. And smile on their face and act like they real. You nigga know, let's see what you do. That's shit to get you booked. That's shit to get you drill. Nigga, get you fried. Nigga, all the D, 100 shit, I'm thanking God. I'm kicking shit out to the ground, really get fried. I just woke up in the morning with 50. I woke up in Prada and Fendi. What? Really, there's no pretending. I got one of the other rest to keep my feet up. The buckets is Chanel. I gotta re-up. I gotta re-up. Way too geeked up though. You tired there, nigga roll. And the pressure he gon' fall, then the nigga tell. Get you somebody go figure it out. You just look up. Run around shit out the gram. They're like, so I fucking that little hoe chip from Japan. Papa Celine's bitch, yo, advance. So y'all know my, she got a man. Benji again. I'm smoking on all my swim. Like a Sid. Okay, so the only thing I can think about this is that, like, I mean, essentially, we should get one node that becomes active. Like, it shouldn't just be 65535. Walking around, nigga, my jelly. You gotta get jelled up, though, you chillin'. Nigga finna go AB Skilly. Nigga, let them tell it. I never go to the bank, give it a 60. Nigga, I can't even walk in the bank with a 7. They broke out, now they sick. Yeah, this should be my owner script entity. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. And this should be initialized from our actual entity, not the prefab. Yup. That man, that shit fucked up. Double fuck. Hold on, we. Okay. This is not getting caught. Run a bit. Baby. Baby. I have that yet. What? Yup. 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 Remember that. Ain't coming back. Ain't coming back. That's. Use that jack. Use that jack. My feet up. What the brand is big off. The brand is big off. That's all. Shit fucked up. Put all that. Put all that. Brand new bit. Back. But I ain't done yet. Well, yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, so this should definitely be starting my script, right? It should be starting it. We start it here, which should be editing my my state. We can double check that with down. That just doesn't make sense. Everything is alright. I'm pushing you nothing. Take you like you never been. Open season like that. I don't want your nights. You know the time. You said pick her up. I don't like 10. Okay. Let me do some more logging, man. But she ain't fine. Ain't fine. Down. Yeah. Oh, no. And it shouldn't. Nothing. That's like nothing. Okay. I know for a fact that this node ID shit is working, bro. I just don't know if it's making it all the way over here. But we're calling this manually. We might we might inside of the graph, we might fuck around and just call it from the, so it won't be a system, it'll be from inside of the base node. And the base node will just find this graph and like tell it, hey, I'm active. Hey, I'm active. That's like the next thing I can think of. Like I'm looking for active node here in the console. So it's always 0. Does that mean? Looking like I walk in LA, but you can't rob me. Just like how I want about you. About you. I mean, okay, that's not good. Maybe on my wrist. Brandon, spin my wrist. Brandon, 1017 Alex. How much you pay for the J Mud? Say to it. How much you pay for the dub? L-O. M-O. Mm-mm. I need wrong. No, done. I don't. Did I not? It's like fuck. Oh, that's what I go. How many backwards can I stop? Okay. Yeah, that fun shit. I be doing stupid shit, bro. So that's why all the nodes are the same index, but I'm literally seeing this, so I know that it's working. So I'm not even gonna waste my time with this. Matter of fact, we don't even want to add this component anymore. It's a waste. We're just gonna have to manually fucking pass this data off like how we're doing in this system. We'll get all the editor windows, iterate over them, and then compare them to our owner entity right here. Right here. And this is asked that we got to do this. So let's add a they like cat run a Kruger. I ain't gotta touch my nigga gonna shoot you. Check hey man. I'm like hallelujah. What is you throwing up? And lean up throwing up. So I gotta make like an interface down here in the runtime and then do all the drugs with me tonight. What I'm fucking I throw right now. Yeah. And then it's all on the ground. You know I got all. Yeah, let me down so I'm kicking the door. I'm fucking a friend. I count to 10. I count a band. Wait, do I gotta put interface? Yeah, man. Hold on the phone. I told her the time. No, bitches on my 9. I said, you ain't lying. Yeah. So we only gonna make this class if we're the editor. Fuck a house from Cuba. They like cat run a Kruger. I ain't gotta touch my nigga gonna shoot you. Check hey man. I'm like hallelujah. And we're gonna make an abstract function on there. So it's gonna be a public void on update. That's like she wanna do all these drugs with me tonight. Public abstract void. Oh, I don't have to do that. Wow. Yeah, you came back and you fell. Big pocket. I'm not sure now. Man, why that little bitch in the guy? This is a mission there. I'm some more, baby, I'm for real. Outside, I'll see Riverdale. I'm somebody that two-tone fell. This nigga with all these fucking girls. I don't know how to check whether something implements an interface. Let me just look at interfaces. Wow.
When writing code for our Unity games, we sometimes notice that we're duplicating code for very similar but unrelated scripts. This can be a sign that you should be using an explosive barrel that will explode when it hits. This part might seem a bit odd. Do we have to add more across unrelated? This is where we can just export between generic method could be. Here's an example for the interface that will allow to add the letter I declare in a class, except for a few differences. There's our properties on class that will name I damageable. All hit is a contract to it. So you have first person controller.
implement iDamageable, we can remove all these lines and just call getComponent iDamageable, and it'll find the component that implements that interface. Now, the first-person controller doesn't know the specifics about all the objects it can shoot. Instead,
you can't do this for an editor window, can you? I don't think I have to say public, do I? For ActionScript debugger interface. And then I want to also say public entity, get focused entity. What do I want to do? See ya. Bye, 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 bye. Wait, we're supposed to do this on a graph view. Holy shit. 2024. Music. Oh. God damn it. So that we don't. Here, let's change the name of this. ActionScript debugger view. And then I need another one of these for the window. I mean, could I return one of these? Get debugger view. And then I add this to. I'm trying to be as creative as fucking possible with these, with this shit that I'm dealing with here. Return graph view as that guy. And then in the graph view, it's gonna have this guy. Get focus entity is gonna return our focus entity. And then inside of our base node, so that we don't have to cross-contaminate our graph view window, I mean, would I say var graph window is equal to window dot get interface? I don't see get component. I think I could just pass this window to a ActionScript debugger window like this. This is not null. Then we can say var graph view equal to graph window dot get debugger view. Then we can say our get owner script is not equal to our graph view. Focus entity. Continue. I'm hoping this version works, bro. Because I'm actually tired of dealing with this. I didn't think it was going to be this long. The concept is pretty straightforward. On updates, we just want to say get node ID here. So this should fucking work, bro. Maybe. Who knows? And then we actually don't need that system anymore. Where'd you go? Yeah, we don't need this folder anymore. All right, fucking Christ, dude. I've literally written this 4 different times in the past 3 hours. Like I've written this code 4 different times to get the same outcome. And again, I always will say this. This is the exact reason why I will probably never try to take on like any more contract work. Because holy fucking hell, man. It's got to recompile again. Just as many things as you think would should be like, okay, it's step 1, 2, 3, and then this should be done. But no, that's not how it works. Fucking, you get to step 1 and realize you're stuck on step 1, and you can't get to 2 and 3 until you get through step 1. So you got to do step 1 4 different times just to get to step 2, and then imagine having to report to somebody who doesn't know what they're doing or doesn't have a complete understanding of the work that they're requesting you to do. Okay, I thought I was about to crash. I'm not gonna lie to you. Let's go to the base node here because I just want to see what this is gonna give me, and we'll just fucking hope for the best, I guess. So do we actually get in here? Okay, so we actually don't have a target entity. So that won't actually, it says specific cast is not valid, invalid cast exception. So you can't cast to an interface. God damn it, I miss Unreal. How do I fucking cast something to it? How do I get something as the interface? All right, this one I think I gotta go to Claude, bro. They got an update now. If I have an editor window that has a custom interface, how do I access it in Unity? C#. Claude, you're not understanding. Claude, I want to access the custom interface that is on the window. Okay, so you do it as the thing. So you don't cache, you get it as, but even though that gives out a warning. What's crazy is that the cast doesn't give a warning, but this gives a warning. As ActionScript debugger window. Use pattern matching. If window is this guy. Okay, look cute, that look cute. Put him on the news, put him on the news. See ya. Ba-da, ba, ba-da, ba-da, ba, ba-da, Yeah, you came back and you failed. Second place can't be in my face. Oh no. Dick pack of the bitch, you know, I got hair. I could put 100,000 on my baby. Is in my head going crazy. I could cut off in that shit, try to erase. I could put us in a field they embrace. Nah, 10,000 on. Yeah, going brazy. I just hooked up on these niggas, now they hate. Yeah, everybody's gonna beat my ass, she so brazy. All this motherfucking sales like that name. Nigga wax, you got up, babe. Watch it with my nigga braids on the pavement. Oh, fuck it all, fuck up, baby. Yeah. So it sounds so sexy. Yeah, that's me looking out, you never think. They want me right now. That's all. Be living on that baby. You the like a nerd. Got an engine blurred. From the curve, fuck what you heard. My place don't take the small hurt. Brand new flip that swerve. I don't pass on nerve, but I swear I put in work. Jabber shit like birds. Okay. I'm actually not, I'm an idiot. I just started. I haven't set the target entity. Oh, I can get 100,000 on my baby. I might be those in that field trying to chase. Okay, that still didn't work. Try to erase. I got hitters in the field, they embrace. Oh, 200,000 no I'm lace. Yeah, trying to sell, no I'm brace. I done turned up on these niggas, now they ate. Yeah. Oh. You know what? I might be in the server world. Might be why this is not working because I'm in the server world and we're looking at the client world. Wait, is this the client world? It'll be okay. Finna take the line, try to Japan. I like that nigga get your bands up, yes you can. I'm finna try still whip the pan. Well, push up, we gon' flip the van. Yeah. Get your man right, but that's shit at you. Yeah. I'm my lane, but I ain't playing. I still do hurt. I'm gonna make it work. Make that tudo jerk. Yo, she a jerk. Yeah. Okay. So we need to actually add a node just to get this graph to trigger that new code. All right. I'm gonna save this so that all the nodes save. My just fit out the lean. Oh, nagging. Other jeans sagging. All the eight. This whole ain't lasting. Beam jacket. Whole jacket. I have a put on Draco. Finna take the line, try to Japan. I like that nigga get your bands up. Yes, you can. Yeah, my slime up in the trap. Still whip the pants. Slime. Push up, we gon' flip the van. Yeah. Okay. So some of the code is working. Well, this is definitely working because the only way that this fires that is if we tell it to. Yeah, I'm trying to hit, son, don't make it worse. I know my slide trying to blitz, somebody seen it first. Drop hands on some shirt, assign by the work, MP5 burst, leave you in the dirt. Drop on me, ARP. Drop on me, ARP. My brother just picked up some lean. So we got 15 nodes. And the node target, I would hope. Let's see if we ever get here. I don't think we ever get here. That's the thing. Active ID is 13. Yeah. Okay, we'll try something else here. Because I think these nodes are the default node. Like it doesn't have the node that's because if we look here, we can actually see that this is like the this is the wait. Oh no, this is working. We actually get in here. Yeah. Yeah, we get here, and then I'm telling this view to select this title container. Step into this and see what happens here. Oh hell. I cannot defend ya. A selection. Oh shit. Wait, so is this not adding to selection? Yeah, it does. It's saying if the selection container is a selection. Wake up, big gig eat. Ali hustle. Yeah, wake up, Hobie. Wake up, big gig eat. Wake up, count my racks. You know, sleep. Wake up, then repeat. Then repeat. And any. Anything. Okay, so let me try this other code here. Maybe every day. I'll throw it away. Maybe these niggas just keep getting lame. Dang, good. Play the game with us. That ass would have been murdered. What the fuck? Oh. Okay, well maybe that's how it's supposed to work. Ah, there we go. Star made the beat. I just took it out the up. Yeah. It did me and my company beat. I shot all on my wrist. BB, that's all on my wrist. I bought a Lucy today. I come with a cooling kit. Back then when I fuck with me now, I'm cool a bit. Let's go get a lick. Let's go do a drill. I heard he got a bill that his crib he stay up the hill. Don't give a fuck who you is, we don't give a fuck how you feel. We don't get no fuck. AMG, right in the G-Bag truck. Buy the SPJ because I like how the doors go up. You watching nobody just watching the stove go up. Okay, let's not make this additive so I could see it happen. Let's dip in the bit tech off lamps. But you can see that these nodes are selected. It's just not obvious. I'll probably have to change like the color. That with me, cover this swag, huh? Or that. No respects. Come that ass down. She throwing it out. Giving it shots. Big or all over me. These hoes all over me. If I got this beat, then I leave. I don't fuck with it. Trapper rapper. I got what you need. Okay, that happens too fast. Double C. Double yelling out, she rock it double C. Not in my near me, yeah. That shit is happening in one frame, bro. I'm telling you. So you can't even see it. You see that the last node is selected right here because this shit is just happening so fast. You ain't even care. I'm elite with the hoes. I tell the bitch in our place, I tell that bitch where to go. She gon' take go. I tell her with me, she gon' flame go. I'm insane with it. I told her she ain't saying that, she let the gang get it. So it's happening so fast that you can't even see the debug. Look at this shit, all you heard was a bang. As long as you fucked with my gang, and you fuck with all this, you fuck with my gang. Mm-hmm. Snapchat, that's all about it. BB, that's all about it. It's already hot and they come with a cooler kit. So I don't know how to slow it down. Yeah, let's go get a lick. All right, let's go do a drill. I heard he got a meal and it could be stay up the hill. Give a fuck who you is, we don't give a fuck how you feel. Okay, so I'm gonna push this because we do have something working. So the only way I can make this like visual is you'd have to see them like in a slow-mo, basically. All right, let me go to the bathroom real quick. Yeah, the only possible way for you to see the updates is for them to happen like slowly. Because if they happen at the speed they happen, like I said, most scripts execute in a single frame. So it's like it's like instant. So I'd have to smooth this out to where it's like it highlights and then it goes away and then it highlights the next one. Like, so basically whenever a new entry is added, or whenever we call on update on the graph view. Yeah, so whenever we do this, we need to queue something to happen. We need to select this and then queue it to be deselected later. Let's see if I have a or queue something to happen after a certain amount of we got a list of delayed actions, and then on enable, subscribe to the editor update. On disable, unsubscribe to prevent memory leaks. And then on editor update, we iterate over the delayed actions. And then if the date.time.now is greater than or equal to the execute time, and repaint the window if there are pending actions, delay action that count. Okay, and then the delayed action is the queue one. And then on GUI, we'll have like a queue. You can add like a queued action. Okay. So on enable of an editor window, I don't know if this is doable in a graph view, but let's try to do this logic in our graph view. Or we can still do this in an editor window. So we could actually take pretty much all of this. I'll get let on hang with me. What you thought this is. Okay, so let me move to the bottom here. I'm fucking writing a whole bunch of stuff. All right, so on enable is already there. Let's take this down and not. Let's take this down from the base. Well, it might be best on the base. So we'll move these up to. I don't know why these two functions aren't right next to each other. the editor window doesn't have an on enable and on disable like built in. Hold on, what? That's not built in. Let me get rid of that. Let me see here. So would it be best to do it here? This doesn't have it either. So yeah, these don't have enable functions. But I can, that's the thing though, if it's a static thing, I mean, technically I could, nah, I don't think I could do that. Let me think here. What the fuck is this function called? I really do hate this kind of formatting. I don't know why, but it's just not me. It bothers me. Okay, what was the name of this fucking thing? Editor application.update. I'm going to call this handle queued events. These delayed actions will be a little bit different here. Come on, dude. Here, say the action. So our graph, you can uh, tell this guy which node to deactivate. So the pass it to public, short node ID, pass this node ID. Okay, and there's a function to queue it. I got my bitch wet. I got my wrist wet. As a pilot, is we there? Yeah, I'm gonna take it up there. Yeah. Now this action, I'm guessing the graph view binds to it. I went in. I went in. Pull up and I'm acting a fool. What you don't do? So we want to get our graph window. This doesn't have a reference to the graph window. Are you serious? Pull up and I'm acting a fool. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Spin guap, I will shoot. We don't cache this window. So let's go ahead and cache our private base graph window. Okay. And from here, on update, when the node is started, after this, we'd say dot view delayed action. The action will be I'll do this. What you gonna do? Let's do how do you do this? Got a usage example. You go like this. Okay, so I can't bind a function to this. And then we want to wait like half a second or what? Point 4. I win it. I win it. Pull up and I'm acting a fool. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Big blob on shoe. Ah, fuck. Yeah, I thought you just needed to do this. This action is an action U short. Here's how to bind specific functions to the delayed. In the first example. Okay. Static method example. Delayed function with param. So you can just pass it the function. So I don't have to do. I can just do this. What? Yo, didn't know that. Thought I had to bind it or something. Just give it the function. Okay. So maybe we'll have something to where the graph doesn't light up so um, fast. Pretty much. I'm sorry, losing my mind here. I got my bit, but I got my bit, but I buy it every day. Yeah, take a risk, double dare. Yeah, we're not debugging anything. Let's go ahead and switch to this guy. Take a look. I didn't see the. Gonna do what you gonna do. We're gonna let me do. Oh, yes, forgot. So we'll say short. Oh no. Should I pass in the node ID? Yeah, I need the node ID. I'm getting tired. Holy fuck. All right, so this needs to know the node ID. And then when we queue this, we need to pass it the active node ID. And we also need this to be additive so that they don't clear the selection for me. This will do the clearing. And hopefully we'll see this thing light up like a Christmas tree. Gonna do, what you gonna do? I'm not looking to. I'm not looking to. Boom. Boom. So that looks okay. We can let's add a queue for starting and a queue for stopping. So basically when we start, we'll queue this to deselect so that these all like start after each other. So it should come in, start, and then wait, would I do I mean, that's impossible, isn't it? Because if I add a delay to the beginning of the start, they'll all have a beginning of the delay start. Like it'll basically look the same. I could do an action for starting and stopping. So on node started, instead of doing this, we'll queue this. So we'll leave that there. We'll leave this there. And then instead, what we will do up in the on update, instead of calling this directly, we're going to say graph window dot queue delayed action. And this is going to be on node started. So this doesn't take in the same value, but it doesn't matter. Use short. Node ID. Instead, we can use this guy. And then once this start, we'll queue it to remove itself. So node started, active node ID, and we'll say point to F. Hold on. What we can do is check. Okay, so if we'll want to do this different. If this active node ID, or we can really rename this. So we say that this is our first active node ID. If this is equal to use short max value, then we want to instantly call this. Instantly call this with the active node ID, set this to that, and then we don't need this log. And then else, we've already added a whatchamacallit, then we need to go ahead and queue it like this. We want these to kind of be stacked. And then this also means that we need to set this to use short max value whenever the editor stops playing. Okay, so I am going to make this static because that's going to be a problem. We're going to make static and static. which means that you can only debug one graph at a time. Mainly because, well, what we could do is in the window, whenever we're updating, let me first see whenever this disable. Okay, so we are actually going to cause a fucking problem because we bind to this. We bind to this when this is enabled, and then we unbind to this shit when it's disabled. But disabled is only when you like close this thing, I think. Yeah. So up until disabled, we're ticking this thing down. So it was ticking for no reason. I guess we can reduce the amount of work. Say if the application is not playing and we're calling this, then basically this will give us our chance to get our graph view and say focus entity equals int. I think we gotta refresh, reset, debugger info, put that in there. Okay, so that will be like that. So if the application is not playing, we want to, matter of fact, I almost want to say that we want to unsubscribe. We want to say editor application dot update, remove this, and then return. But that might give me a problem. This will give me a problem because we only call enable once. Yeah, we only call that once. Disable is called when you stop focusing. And then, I mean, I pretty much need to find a better place. Unfortunately, we won't be able to do this part. We'll just have to do this and return, do this and return until you close it. This thing will be ticking with the editor, so that I can keep track and reset things without it being static. Unfortunately, that's the way it has to go. Yeah, on enable gets called, we bind to this. And this is happening now, every editor tick. I guess when we destroy this guy, on disable, we probably need to call this too. That way we could actually see the graph update every time. But I think we're good. The next thing that I would do would be basically doing the same thing for the serialized, excuse me, for the serialized wires, serialized edges. Have the edges just tell the system that they're updating to, and then I basically do the same thing where this would fire, the edge would I think, do I care about these edges? I mean, it's good to know like which edge triggered the the next execution. If we take a look at what it looks like now with the new cube joint, let's focus on the server, this guy, and then zoom, and you can see how now it starts up like kind of fatigued. Okay, so I can see that whenever the script ends, we need to tell the graph to reset itself too. So on the finish node, whenever this node executes its input, if we are the editor, I might make this like a function that we could just call, because a lot of nodes might need to register themselves. So we will extract a method from this. This will be signal to debugger. I can make it virtual just in case somebody wants to override it. And then this function won't even exist unless we're the editor. Or we can do it the safe way, which is this, because every time we override it, well, actually no. The safe way is just to leave this code in this block, and then to also do it here. Pull up and I'm acting a fool. Now I actually want to pass in the signal that we want to send. So let's say bool signal graph in. By default, this would be false. If we do this, if we are signaling a graph in, we want to say uShort.max. Else, we want to say the node ID. And then in the finish node, let me rename this too, because we're going to send different types of signals. Send node signal. All right, back to the finish node. And here we're going to, once this execute input finishes, which fires after the whatchamacallit, will signal that the graph is ending. And we will wrap this in a preprocessor directory. Okay. I think it's preprocessor statement. Is it directive or statement? Yeah, we'll send that, and this will reset the on update. It'll reset this to the value that will ultimately. Matter of fact, what we need to do is in the graph view, we still need to do something based off of that, because it's not going to set the, well, if we I'm being stupid. We can call on update, but if basically if we're signaling a graph in, we don't call on update. We call the reset function. That's what we call that. And then the graph, you should already have that. Reset debugger info. Do I gotta say override? So don't change the thing. Set. I have to do override. Okay. That should be good. Inhale, exhale, yeah. Breathe. But I mean, what that smell, yeah. We. Lit and I beat your ass like Creed. Okay. Go ahead and switch this to server. Trigger it. See the nose lighten up. And oh, we reset the fucking thing so that turned the entity to null. Okay. So many classes I have open right now. Yeah. We sleep. Should have made it true by default, but while I was in there, I should have made like a setting for how long you want the like the delay in between when it lights up, when it disables. Now you can see the nodes as they trigger. And I don't think I can make runtime edits. I think that would actually cause this thing to break. But it would be nice if I could do this and this. But technically, since the graph is an instance, like the graph that I'm on is an instance, that means this doesn't actually take effect. One thing I could do is whenever this is edited and I'm in the editor, I could set the value of that component. Like I can find that entity, I can find the entity, find the value of that component, and set the value of that component uh, to this, or set the value of that component to a new instantiated version of this after we've changed it. That's something I could do to get like some runtime editing. So now, something broke. Oh, an idiot. I don't have my entity selected. I gotta remember that. You can see that that node is active. Actually, something's wrong there. Hold on. It's not supposed to work like that. It's supposed to wait for me to release this key. Back shoot. On release. We're supposed to do this. So we're getting this release key, even though we're holding the key down. Could that be because we are rewinding? Okay, we do have a good stopping point right here. I've been on for quite some time. Trying to think of where this bug will come from. Thought I fixed this input bug. And let me add one more thing, which is open node script. If a node is ticking, realistically, well, that doesn't really matter. I mean, technically, what I could do is trigger the active node to pop up again right here. So I could send a signal. I could send a signal somewhere here. Probably send it here. I keep wanting to say with editor. I'm a real guy, you know? Still true to heart. A real guy. Send node signal to debugger. False. This. Well, might as well just do it now. Okay, so the on press event is broken right now, or the on release event is broken. Don't know why that's broken. But we do have somewhat of a debugger. Now there are some quality of life things I'd like to add. Like a couple of settings that let you change the visual feedback of the debugger state. Like you can change like the debugger um, colors. That shouldn't be too hard because if we're in debugger, like if we're in when the application starts, what I could do is I could change out the style sheet to the style sheet that you well, probably not the style sheet. I don't know how you actually change the style sheet at runtime because I think the style sheet is an array of styles. I turn this into a to-do. Ah, damn it. It'd be nice to put a checkbox next to this, but I'll just do an emoji or something. Well, kind of. We still don't have the whatchamacallit, the serialized widgets. So I'll remove that actually. We still don't have the serialized edges. But it's almost 3 o'clock and Sonya should be here soon. So yeah, I'm gonna push this and just write down like the issue that I'm having with the freaking input, which I thought I fixed. Okay. And this fucking issue with this goddamn input is gonna piss me off, bruh. So I don't know if that's because we're rewinding and we might be rewinding where the state of the input has changed. But I actually think I know what that is. I think the handle input event system. I'm pretty sure at the end of this, shit, this is not rolling back. I'm pretty sure this is resetting the cache. And if I'm not mistaken, this is running at the end of the frame. So at the beginning of next frame, well, no. If this is running at the end of the frame, at the end of the fixed step prediction group, that's after we've started. That's after we've started the script. So there's no way that the input would have been released yet. But I could check right here just to for a sanity check because I do want to know. I'm fucking tired, but I hate stopping on a bug, man. Create a whole fucking category for you. All right, so basically this is firing before it's released. Yes, the script is finished waiting, and I haven't released the key yet. So either this is not being sent. That's what I'm trying to say. This has not been sent. So how is this running? Other than the fact that this node is executing its first input, but it shouldn't do that. What in the fuck? Bro, am I high? What is happening right there? Like, how is that happening? I want to figure that out because none of my breakpoints are hidden. In order for this to go here, this pin has to fire. It has to trigger its output, but it's not. Oh, I'm in the wrong one. Jesus. So on key released. Something's triggering that shit. But why wasn't my system triggering it? Yeah, that's odd, bro. Nothing. This is not triggering, but somehow the input for the change attribute on owner is running. On process start. What node is doing this? Change attribute on owner. Some node called trigger output. Wait input release. Oh hell. So wait input release has multiple. It says should trigger, which this is false by default. This is false. And it has multiple exec out, or it has multiple exec output pins, and it has a default output port, which the input node does not. My if node triggers the output. Node to execute would be me. on process start, I get here. This execute input should literally not do anything because we have multiple output exec pins, but we don't have a default output port. Okay, maybe we do, and I just fucked up somewhere. The input release would be a. Oh fuck! It does have the default. It does have the default output pin because it's a linear execution node. Okay, in this case, I'm just going to make this an execution node. Set this to null. I'm not about to fucking create a new list. Fuck. Yeah, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna make a. Wait. Wait. Yeah, this should do that, actually. Go back. Go back. This node should execute, and I might crash here, but we should execute our first pin, which is what the fuck? The trigger the first output pin is somehow okay. This function needs to return default. So first thing we'll do is check. Let me actually stop. We'll check if you have a has default output port. Yeah. Yeah. If this guy has this, which is fucking ass. Because we gotta loop twice to find this. We could do it here. And trigger first output. So if we have as default output port, we'll say default output port name, else we'll do get first or whatever the fuck this was, get first output execution port. Hopefully that fixes that. Son of a bitch. It's still firing in that pin. Well, I guess I could just look at this. Yeah, somehow we are still getting in here. That's fine. So to execute is wait. Oh, we're going the wrong way. Here, boom, boom, boom. So what's my triggered pin? How is it on release again? So we have the default output port, which we should. The fuck, that check is not being checked. Okay. And then for release node is triggering this. F11. It has 4 output ports. It has default output port. Executes. This identifier is null. The fuck? How's the port data identifier null? Output. See field info, field name. Huh. I'm not sure how that port data is null. Like for the identifier, it should be the same thing as this, but I guess that's been an issue prior to this. Output port, output dot field info, field name. I'm gonna actually output this port, man. It's pointless. Keep it how it is. This should fix that problem, I hope. Then we probably gotta look for on released. But if it's the same issue where it's just firing the default output pin, there it is. What does that look like in the graph? Actually follow it. Boom. 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 Our timing is fucked up though. The graph is all firing at the same time. Wonder where that bug comes from. Doesn't seem like it's doing the delay. Let me make it really obvious. Start the next node like really late, half a second later. I don't know how we're not getting that delay. I fucked up. I gotta make sure I do it from the beginning. So yeah, it looks like after the first node, I guess they all kind of get queued. Like they get queued really late after each. Like when you really think about it, the rest of the nodes almost get queued instantly afterwards because they happen on the same frame. So they get queued on the same frame. So it doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Like I would have to queue the queue basically, and then it will do the same thing. That like there's no way to get the effect I want. But yeah, we're pretty chalked there. Hmm. I'm trying to think of a way to make it go because I wanted to light up like linearly. Like you start on the first node, and then it goes like that. But right now it's going first node, delay all the nodes, because like I said, they're all getting scheduled like in the same frame. What I could do is I could do this, do one instant, and then do one delayed, and then do one instant, and then do one delayed. I don't know. I don't know. Or maybe we could do um maybe we can take the active node ID and I guess I could also keep like a an integer. Okay, hold on. I got an idea. We can have a public float for accumulated time, and it's equal to 0. Let's see it say 0.05 f, and then we can have a private float for incremental time. And I'll probably do this the inverse. So this will be 0.1, and this will be 0.05. I'm hungry, bro. 0.05 f, and then this would be accumulated time. Hold on. Accumulated time, and then after this we'll say accumulated time plus equals if my brain is fucked right now, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you. So we start this one instantly. We do the next one a 10th of a second, then a 15th, and a 30th, and you know what I mean? And then once this node resets, so like when you reset the default time, and this would be the these two things would be settings, like the initial start delay, the delay in between node execution. Like those would be like settings that you could set up in the project settings. Refresh, refresh debugger info. Say accumulated time equals default time. This should give me like a nice linear, you know what I mean? Where it like smoothly activates. Not too much. Love and I'm acting a fool. Why not I me too? Why not I me too? Don't do. All right. Boom. There we go. We got a little offset happening. Boom. And boom. So boom. Hold it. And then boom. Let it go. Boom. Hold it. And then let it go. Swoop. Swoop. Okay. One that I need to. One that I need to. Okay. We're cool with that. We'll try to make this look better to better visualize things later, but this is a good place to be. Now, I'm not even happy with the way that that this executes right here. But realistically, technically, I should go back into this code because it's not stable the way that it's written. Basically, this base node needs to always call and trigger first output. This needs to always call, because if a node has like if it does not have the default output port, yeah, if it has multiple output ports and it doesn't have a default output port, this code won't run because I'm expecting you to trigger your pins manually if you have more than one execution pin. That's not like a default pin. I could just pass in default output port name like that. There's no other reason to not do that. Yeah, one more thing too, because I was kind of getting annoyed by it, but I was happy that it worked. Where are you at? No view, graph view. There we go. I'm gonna reduce this by that much, because after a while that starts to add up, and nodes start to get weird. Through the visual effect of the debugger. It's not a debugger. It's the graph just being in a debug mode, pretty much. All right, I'm done for today. I appreciate everybody stopping by. We had a few people in here earlier. I'm sorry I couldn't keep those guys in here. I know it gets boring, it gets confusing. This is some difficult stuff that I'm doing here. I struggle with it, so I can only imagine somebody watching this shit how they feel like watching me. So I try to improve, and tomorrow's Friday. Yeah, I will be on tomorrow.
So I'll see you guys then. Peace.